How's it going, chat? Good to see the early buffs in the stream. Hello, Zonly. Hello, Jules. Welcome back. And Gamer Too Late. Good to see you. How's everyone doing on the fine weekend? Huh? Huh? Hi, Jules. My weekend starts off, well, from yesterday, but my weekend's going pretty finely. Got a chance to hang out with my mom yesterday. She came over to my apartment to help with cleaning some stuff, which is nice. And we had some breakfast together. I don't live with my parents. They are living like half a town away. So usually about 1 week or 2 weeks, I would visit them or they would visit me. And that's usually a nice time. What do you think about Morox getting stronger, even surpassing his prime? From the lore standpoint, I can see that. I can see that. Though, I think within the story of Genshin itself, Morox is now... I don't know whether he has let go of most of his power of the Gnosis yet. I think he has, but I'm not entirely certain because I've done the Leeway Archon quest from quite a long time ago. I'll switch to the screen for now. And put the game on the background. There we go. What do you think, Zonly? Certainly a Zonly enjoyer, I assume. Alright, real quick, let me get a few daily stuff done. And condensing of a few resin, let me double check. What am I farming for on this account? Iron Sting, Candace. Alright, got it. Go ahead and condense one resin. I'm gonna do the farming a little bit later. Alright, chat. The plan today is to have a nice hangout with Jamie at JBKB9V, which is a Genshin streamer and Genshin content creator. I have referenced his content quite a few times in the past in my stream as well. Watching some of his guides or watching some of his, I'd say, niche discovery videos. The guy really has a good talent for finding niche stuff. Niche mechanics of bosses and of characters to deal with them. And I love the guy's content. So I managed to talk to the guy and set up a schedule for us to chat today. The topic of the chat will be mostly about Stygian Onslaught, because we are both nerdy people that cares about the combat side of the game. I think it'll be fun. You're happy to see he's connected to the moon. Cannot wait to see the White Horse Adeptus. Zhongli is connected to the moon? How so? How so? Let me know. None. Is that some kind of lore that's in a new kind of lore book been referenced lately? I know there is one book that has been circling around the lore enthusiasts about the Sarissa, but I do not know there's something about Zhongli as well. Quickly go over this. I believe I still have not done the weekly bosses because from the beginning of this week I was still farming in Stygian Onslaught. So today I'm gonna have to take care of that sooner or later. Just gonna condense the resin for now because the chat with Jamie should start in about 6 to 7 minutes. You speedran the event on your friend's account yesterday. That certainly happens. I do have a friend in my Genshin friend group that usually just speedrun the event or whatever event possible in the last day possible. So usually that's on Sunday, and I'll just tell him, dude, why don't you just do that on some different day? Because Sunday we can use to hang out with each other. Instead, you just do your event. You just speed run your events. Come on, we're here to play some co-op games. He's connected to the origins of the original moon goddess. Lama said Liyue and nod-krai has always been under the moon's gaze, but everywhere else not. Sorry, making this long. The new entire has moon powers and Morax is prime adapters, meaning he also has it. Really? I know that there is a white horse adapter, which has been teased by the animation bamboo forest thingy. I do not remember the name of it, but they have been teasing at it. They have been teasing at it. That's my point. So apparently, every nation is somehow connected to the moon goddess. Because Mondstadt is supposedly moon, right? Varka even said that line, I'm here for the moon, Mondstadt. Liyue is also connected to the moon. I wonder whether they're gonna find ways for Inazuma, Sumeru, Fontaine to be connected to moon as well. You could say that Natlan has a little bit of moon stuff because we got the fake sky from when Mahuka punched the sky. That was my day. My day was great. Thank you for asking, STYGIAN. How was yours? I got a chance to hang out with my mom as she came by to my apartment and helped me cleaning a little bit. It was nice. Alright, let me signal to Jamie that I am ready for our talk a bit later. For the new people just coming in, I plan to have a chat with Jamie JBKB 9V. I have to ask him what that stands for because I find it a little bit hard to remember, but if that is connected to some words, perhaps it's better to remember. You wonder who's my favorite character? My favorite character. That has been a changing list ever since. It's been coming from Ningguang because I just feel that she is such a cool character that's robbed from the status of being a 5-star. And she has money. Who doesn't like money? Then I have come to like Mizuki. I've come to like Silonen. My liking of Mahuika comes and goes. I do not like how they have handled her story. Right now, I am idolizing Nefer. We're gonna see if I'm still liking her after a few more interactions between the Traveler and Nefer. After we see more of her interactions. Give me a moment. I'm gonna... Hey dude, I'm ready when you are. Which voice channel should I join? Bro, want a super mommy? I want a sugar mommy. My apology, not a super mommy, a sugar mommy. Went to friend's birthday and you have fun, but ate too much food. I know that feeling. After we just ate too much food and it feels tough to move around for the entire day. And our stomach feels stuffed for the entire day. It's a strange feeling, but not that pleasant either. I hope it's not reaching that point for you. That's true, you think she should be the 5-star? You see in great picks, what's your favorite Alcon quest if you don't mind? Like your lives, I am very underrated. Oh, thank you, Zonly. I think I'm underrated too. Wait, hold on, my sound effect. For the Archon quest, It's a little bit tough. The first icon quest that gives me the wow, holy shit, this is happening is Act 2 of Sumeru Icon Quest, which is when we're doing the Samsara thing, where the time loop, not exactly time loop, but we're in a dream. That is the moment I'm thinking to myself, oh shit, they are actually writing a good story now. Other than that, I like the writing of Fontaine overall. Some of the more important bits of Fontaine is conveying the emotion quite well, and so far from Act 1 of Nod-krai, I've been liking it too. I have not done the Act 2 of Nod-krai Icon Quest yet. Regarding Natlan, it's kind of like a love-hate relationship. I think Act 1 to Act 4 of Natlan is well done, but Act 5 is really not doing a great job at tying everything together. I've gone over this a few times on stream already. It's just, I'm just procrastinating, hella procrastinating on making a video about that. I try to rewrite the last act of Natlan Icon Quest. Oh boy, I have to avoid that. I don't want to get into a Icon Quest right now. You cannot move right now, just want to see my life. Lazing around on your lazy bum. Watching the Tim is much stream. XDD. Okay. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Hold on, chat. I'm taking a look at this. Hold on. This is Jamie in his natural habitat. Oh no, hold on. That's too loud. Hold on. I meant to turn the voice of his stream on, the sound of his stream on. Seems to be having trouble trying to pick which character to use to make a comment here.
C2 Skyward Spine.
In 10,
yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
October 10, the first brilliant Rave Golden Light, Pierce the Sky, Chi your first 5-star. Oh no, Chi being the first 5-star. Chad, have you done this? This is the web event that they have just published. I believe that we can access it from this notice board. Hold on, let me check.
Okay, so
Chasing the Herd Journey. It does a pretty nice summary of our account and what we have done.
Okay, let's do clear because it's my first 5-star.
When we have a little bit more time on stream, I'm gonna go through this on my main account for you guys. For you, on an emotional standpoint, you give it to Fontaine, story like character, give it to Sumeru. Your favorite right now is Nod-krai. This could, however, bias for Colomina and Baka and Alice. I see. I mean, there's certainly that recency bias, and that bias because
What does that mean?
Because the characters in Nod-krai are just so well designed. The Nod-krai teaser hooks me immediately from the moment the characters, the pretty characters, show up on screen. I think they have taken a little bit of a page from Guwa and ZZZ kind of design decision. You have superpower, you can eat anything as much as you like and not gain weight. Damn, I am envious.
This was a good
I'm gonna have a chat with Jamie. Nice. Hello, Mr. Jenny. Alright, hold on real quick. This trailer just absolutely... The teaser. The Nod-krai teaser.
also primo.
is absolutely insane. All of these characters, from the moment they show up, they are so pretty. Alright, I've sent a message to Jamie. He's probably during the middle of his web event, so we're gonna wait a little bit for him to see it. What's up, gang? What's up, gang? Oh no. She looks cool from the first look. He looks absolutely stunning.
Designed it.
He looks majestic. This motherfucker is aura farming. There's nothing to be said here. She is cool. We've seen her from a teaser before that with the deer. For somehow they have made Nefer even looking cooler with the in-game model. At first I was skeptical when people claimed that, but they have done a pretty good job at adding more details to her makeup. They went all out, I agree.
You did.
Yeah, I think they added, maybe just because of the lighting here, it's not very clear, but it seems they have added a little bit more pronounced in her makeup, just before the eye, the red over there. Let me see if I can find a picture of Nefer somewhere. Genshin Nefer. There. It's hard to look. Hold on. Let me find a good picture. I think this is a decent picture. You know what? We're just gonna look at cutscene. Genshin Nefer cutscene. You still don't know why my Twitch streams all black for you. It is so weird. I have contacted stream support about it, but they say it's a user end problem, and the people who is not able to see my stream should contact support, which is really weird. I think it's kind of an encoding problem or something like that, because a lot of people just one day cannot see my stream all at once. Some people can still see it, but a lot of people cannot. So I think it has to be coming from a problem either from me, my computer, or on Twitch.
Huh?
Alas, I don't think I have enough of a following on Twitch for them to care right now. So my complaint to them is just on deaf ear, and they're not really revisiting it anymore, which is unfortunate. My Twitch really had something up and going before that happened. I hope to be able to get to the cool point system on Twitch and do some gamba, do some voting on there. I think it's a really cool system. YouTube doesn't have that. Is there any character that make me feel something? I mean, there are quite a bit of characters that make me feel something. You gotta be a little bit, have to be a little bit more specific than that, no? Because there are a lot of feelings that a character can invoke. Like disgust for Ari, apparently. Not for me. I like her. Let's put this on. The characters should add Archon events once a year. They should add Archon events once a year. The idea is to have 3 to 4 Archons actually meet up and talk. And they really need to stop using Venti for that. It's pretty annoying. I don't know whether there's any logistic when it comes to the VA stuff. Maybe not. I guess because VAs are just all over the world. They have many different languages, so maybe they're not considering that. I wonder if there's any law reason for that. They're keeping the Archons not meeting. I feel something. I know what you mean. I don't. I gotta say it. I don't. What's happening? Well, what's happening is I am having a lovely conversation with Chad. Today we are having a chill stream, Chad. Today we are having a chill stream. I have a nice chat with Jamie scheduled. Let me see. Perhaps. Let me give him a nudge. What's Blood up to in his stream? Wait a minute. Why is it off? Wait a minute. Why is his stream off? Hold on. He was online a few minutes ago. I'm refreshing. Oh well. Gotta wait for a signal from him, I guess. Oh, he's live. Wait, what's going on there? Is that just a me problem? I think that was a me problem, chat. Jump scare face! Boo! Alright. Maybe he's not looking at the Discord. His OBS showing? Alright. Hold on.
If we're even joining the stream just then. How do I get back to that? There we go. I don't know. We randomly just started, like, the OBS just shut down randomly. Even though I wasn't lagging at all. So
Chat, have you been grabbing the thank you gift that they've been giving out?
Hello.
Oh, hello there.
We just,
I hear my name!
Wait, how do I do this? How do I get back to the event now? Fuck. Oh,
That's weird. That's weird. But what I was saying is, we are going to receive 4 of these over the next 1, 2, 3, 4 days. 3 more days. So they are spreading out the Primogem a little. Why is my screen black? Actually, I don't know whether Genshin NPC is able to see me or not, or hear me or not. Let me just type on Twitch. Yeah, you have to join.
So on day 3, I stepped into another traveler's world for the first time.
It happens to some people.
Yeah, I really don't do co-op at all. If you divide that by like 3, it's really not that much. On day 6, it was as if fortune had
And not others. You may have to join on YouTube.
How does that even happen?
Link in
Was I just like
description.
straight up zooming through?
All right, there we go. Wait, I am starting to wonder, is he forgetting about our time? It's supposed to be starting 14 minutes ago. Is this the date that I have sent him? Sunday, September 28th at 8:30 p.m. Yes, it is currently 8:44 p.m.
I have no idea what happened. I couldn't explain it.
Oh, wait, what?
We're probably our streams have gone down maybe like 4 times ever, maybe. But no, there was like 1 week. If you guys remember that 1 week where like it was completely scuffed, where it was like every stream.
Okay. How do I go about this? That does not sound like I'm complaining.
So the stream should be back to normal.
Chad, how do I go? Do a little bit of trolling? Okay. JB.
Love this game, yay.
Yeah, wanna to start the chat?
There are still 13 million travelers who have the Shao lanterns.
Okay, let me do this. Yeah, JB, you got this start the chat. Oh wait, no, start.
I'm still annoyed with this. One time I misclicked and I used one of my hunting traps. It's still sad. I accidentally misclicked it in Abyss. Because if you click that, it just uses it. So but luckily I've still got one of them. And these are the Shao lanterns. I guess I've got 20 of them.
Maybe his time is different. I made sure to use the Discord function of changing time. So I think it should be the same for everyone. It's the same function that I usually use for, say.
Yeah, we could chat. I just wanted to go through the anniversary stuff, but we can talk off that if you don't mind. Oh, you get this a lantern vendor now. Okay. So is the stream back for everyone now?
I'll tell him when he's ready. He can ping me on Discord.
Remember how on 2021 Fallen became my first friend? What is that? The friend who has walked by your side most often is Kuchi? I don't.
Alright, we're gonna hang out until I receive a ping from him. I think he wants to go through the anniversary stuff right now. So, that brings me to... Have you done your own anniversary stuff? Because I think there's a lot of fun little stuff there that we can take a look at. I've done that for my old account, which is not that interesting. But we can do it for my main account now. So I've been starting Genshin from winter. No, I think December of 2023. So at this point, I am almost 2 years into playing Genshin. So, and I started in 4.3, I believe, which is right after the patch that Farina comes out, and right after the patch that the Fontaine Archon Quest has concluded. So my friends were just going crazy about how much they love the Archon Quest, which brings me over to Genshin to experience it. When was the time that you had started Genshin, and was it because of some event that has you started playing? I'm gonna put the music back in the background real quick. Oh wait, but we're doing the event. I think the music in event is fantastic as well. Hold on. Boom, listen to this. Have we heard this song from anywhere else? Have we heard the song from anywhere else? Has it been in any of the past anniversary? Or maybe in one of the anniversary video? Is this a video where both traveler is just walking in their own timeline side by side? Oh, agree to the terms, sure. After that big adventure begins 5 years ago, when the door to another world is opened, from the gentle winds of Mondstadt to the sacred flame of Nadland. It is you who has given this world its warmth and soul every step of the way. Oh, traveler, brought by the stars, we thank you for planting the seeds of our story here. The wind had borne witness to its birth, and now it gently carries you forward, ever by your side, as you help it grow and evolve. So come, let us turn the pages of this story together. Each page marks a chapter in your journey with Genshin Impact. Beyond the turning leaves lie countless adventures, waiting for you all at the edge of the stars and the abyss. You started Genshin when you found that you can play it for free in GeForce now? Oh! I mean, I guess Genshin has always been free. Oh wow! I remember this day, the day you couldn't do the first time Thunder opened before you, the day Traveler brought the star, our journey through Tibet. Primo Jam! Let's go! Woo! Who's my favorite character? Astra. How do I write it? Astra. Fowls. Hold on. How do you write this? 2 days left to flames. You are 99.98% excited. What about the other? Astra Fowls. How do you write? Jesus Christ! I have to look this up. Astra Fowls. Who came up with this word? How do I make the impression that she is saying it in a sassy way? How do I write that in a text? Like, not at Astra Abyssals, but at Astra Abyssals. Your message was, I love you all. Nice. I need this. Emote. Face emote. Text face. Okay, what is the best face to represent a sassy face? This is okay. This is pretty okay. This is fine too. It's simple. It's not too. Add extra applesauce. You know what? It's funny, but it needs a little bit of context. Add extra sauce. Or add extra sauce. I think this represents her pretty well. Nah. Strawberry sauce. Landy face. Oh, that's what they are called? I never knew what they are called. Blessing, a light, a lantern, right? Alright. First anniversary, Genshin Impact anniversary is almost here. Late night edit animation. Woo! Wee! Woo! That's a lot of words. TJ best mobile game. Cool, very cool. Divine Damsel of Devastation. Miss June's voice. Alright, give me some of my stats, guys. Give me some of my stats. On December 10th of 2023, I remember the month somewhat correctly. There are a lot of slides starting with this. Hope AMG, welcome in. How many hidden shows did I kill? I do not know. I guess we shall see. It has been 655 days and I've been playing for 642 days. Alright. Alright. I am a avid Genshin daily player. Play 1200 times in the morning, 1500 times in the noon, and 1100 times in the evening. Somewhere in Taiwan, you stumble upon your first hidden achievement on the first day, Chad. Is that the hidden achievement? Is this the one? Outpace 98% of Traveler achievement. Kevin Burr, welcome into the stream. Why am I not a day one player? I'm not a day one player. I play from 2023, which you can see on screen. Which is when the story is already reaching Fontaine. The real question is how many pigeons did I kill? Well, it'd be funny if they show that, huh? Same year? Oh, really? Which patch did you join, Kevin Barr? What? Bestowed the title Honorary Knight, Blessed to Win, First Time Travel Breeze. Okay, statue teleport waypoint. Oh, that means I teleported 10,000 times. Got it. The most teleport waypoint I use is at Court of Fontaine. I believe I have done most of the daily. I've claimed most of the daily at Fontaine. That's why. At nearly the end of 3.7 second half. I see. I think I joined in 4.3, which is just when Fontaine Archon Quest just concluded, and my friends just cannot stop glazing about the Archon Quest, which got me to play the game. It was just after the time that we've just finished playing Baldur's Gate 3 together. We play co-op together. So I was looking for a new game, and I was at a soft time in my life that I turned to Genshin, which is a comfort game. More interested in how much more I spend. You have 1,000 plus achievement. How? What the hell are you hunting with achievement, no name? Okay, which companion has earned my greatest trust? Jean is my first 5-star. Yeah. Who's got my greatest trust? You know what? Raiden. She's been with me since the second patch. I got Raiden after I get Jean, I think. No, I get Jean from the standard bundle, and then I get Mona as I lose, and then I get Raiden. Avoid companions. Raiden Shogun is the one you've trusted the most. 612 days have passed since your first meeting. What? How many days have I played? I've played for 655 days and 612. Okay, fair enough. Start playing this February, I see. 1,000 plus achievement, that's huge. Level 90, talent level 17, constellation 0. The equipped weapon is level 90, Skyward Spine, a refinement 1. Let me check some other characters. I mean, I know my equipment. Silonan. Oh yeah, this. Talent level 28. It's interesting how they are tallying up the talents like this. How about, say, Noel? What's Noel? You pixel growth you got on Christmas Eve 2020? Yeah. It's cool to see some other characters. Who else am I interested in? Mizuki! We've been together for 14 days, Jack! Catherine greeted you for the first time. Those unforgettable word. Wait, really? Oh, right, yeah. Wait, really? I started on December 10, and I did not meet Catherine until December 21. Oh, okay. It's interesting. Have I whaled? I have paid money for this game. Whaled or not, it depends on you. What's your definition of whale? I think I have bought a Genesis Crystal once when I first started the game. The first time I bought it is for the very first banner I was on. I was like 1 day away from the banner being gone. I think that was an Ayaka banner. So I bought some Primogem package and then I lost the Mona. But then I am not really buying Genesis Crystal for myself anymore. And I only bought the monthly pass with sometimes the battle pass. Small fish? Decent fish? Wait, Bad Eddie is my first friend? Jesus, this guy is one of my IRL friend in real life. Well, IRL is real life. He's not playing Genshin anymore. We still hang out though. It's in our group of friends playing together. Some other games. That's me, that's my alt. Co-op action. To date, you've adventured alongside 1,000 fellow travelers in co-op mode. You've gathered 1,100 material. Huh. I believe I co-op somewhat often. What's your... I think this is an obscure number to know, but what's your co-op number? My best friends, myself. Chat, I have to confess, okay? Listen. Having an old account is extremely convenient when you need to collect extra materials and your main account world is running out of material. Okay? That's my excuse. Okay? You have 7,000+ co-op? Nice. Holy shit. First day set foot in the Spiral Abyss? Really? Wow. I got in there quite early. 770 star. Bennett, Singju, and Raiden are the most used character. Raiden still one of my most used character, huh? Raiden has fallen the most. The final judgment was passed, bringing Oberon unbearable loneliness to close. Is this my actual number of deaths? Shit. I guess I do have restless behavior. I do restless behavior quite often. Aranara, okay, we don't talk about that. Color glimpse of Adaptai, fallen from the sky 172 times with Jean. Furnishing, cool. I do that when I have time. TCG. You breathed the lightning's glow and swung your blade to tear the cage open. That's the Raiden Shogun quest. March of 2024. Chest after chest. I've opened 197 chests in a single day. I guess that's, yeah, someone said 254 chests in chat. I guess this is not that much. $118 acts in theater. 8 characters 28 times. Raiden Bayonet Shangling. Raiden has been with me for a long time and still with. 197 decent. I mean, for me, generally I save my amount of Primo Gem for whenever I like a character. I just pull that character. So that's why my number of pulls looking like this. I not really any of the crunch to get a lot of pulls for any character I like. So I guess I never felt the need to collect a lot of chests in one day. I just do that from day to day. TCG with strong match, still more than 40% of player. You know what? Let me take a look again. Is it a percentage of player? I usually am trying to be mindful about what I collect in other people's world. Win rate of 50%? Nice. More match than 80% of TCG player? Damn. I do play it. 428, who am I saving for? For a special someone. Chat, I am saving for a special someone that may swoop in and steal my heart. Ari's walking again. Ari! I hope you have some semblance of sanity in your work and try to have some fun as well. 400 is not enough for a C6. Yeah, I don't know what you're tripping. 400 is definitely not enough for C6. It's probably sometime within like 800 or something, I think. Here. Here's a stat. So to get a character from C1 to C6, let's say let's go with 1000. To get a 50% chance, just a 50-50, at getting a C6, we need, on average, 616 pulls. To get a somewhat good chance of getting a C6 character, let's say 80% chance, we need 700 pulls. 700. No, 400 pulls is nothing. I guess Columina, we're gonna see more in the Archon quest whether she is really tickling my fancy or not. Mostly I like to see a character's personality. They have to check all the boxes for me. I am not really a player that can afford for a C6 character. So if I really like someone, I'll probably get up to C2, something like that. How about the triple never? Oh, never. Remain to be seen. Remain to be seen. I mean, when I say I'm saving for someone special, it doesn't have... I don't necessarily have someone in mind already. It's just for someone special. Someone. in the future. Your biggest achievement in Genshin is getting double Dialog and double Lisa. Damn, double Dialog. Getting double is already an achievement. Double Dialog. That's new. That's a high. Probably you're gonna need to get that on either a Dialog banner. Is there even a Dialog banner? Maybe a Mondstadt Chronicle banner. Rocky. That's my Saurian chat. I indwell Yamkasaurus a lot. Who's your favorite Saurian? Terrifying buffs. Terrifying buffs. Yeah, I've seen the leaks too. Your biggest achievement was getting Alhaitham and Dialog at the same time? Or just my biggest achievement is I got these characters in my account kind of deal. Indwell Yamkasaurus. I mean, Yamkasaurus is just universal for moving around. It has some decent speed. And grappling hooks gameplay is just cool. I feel like Spider-Man when I'm doing it. Hello, Primajam. Gravity. On January 3rd, play your first melody in Taiwan. Oh shit, Melody 3rd of 2025. I performed 102 pieces from the repertoire myriad melodies, placing ahead of 96% of Taiwan's musicians. I'm within the 4th percentile, chat. After these 5 performances earned the Canarus rating. Ari, it's your time to flex. How many of them have you gotten to Canarus? Wondering what your friends are up to? You find answer in telling tales. You cross paths with Xingqiu during your journey, since then the wind has carried news your friends to you 57 times. You run through the most December. Discord. Okay, Discord. Nice. How? Oh, right. Because they look as a standard character, right? Mora! I spent 6 million Mora in one single day, chat. Probably to level up one character from scratch. This is probably either leveling up. I think it might be leveling up both Mahuika and some. Okay, this is March 26. March 26. Which character is this? March 26 is whose banner? Your music's there too? Okay. Jesus! Okay, what a flex. 30 performance that got the Canarus. If you don't know what Canarus is, chat, that's when you get every single note at perfect for a song. 30 of them. Sheesh. Alright, wrong one. Let me double check. Which one is the banner in March 26? March 26. I know this is January 1st. January 1st. So 45 days. Middle of February. March. Oh, fuck. I know what it is. It's for Varesa and Ian San and Shan Yun at the same time. You only spend 800 million Mora. You spend 500 million Mora. Alright, we're flexing. Let me see. I earned 200 million. And I've burned through 200 millions. I mean, it makes sense. My Mora is always staying at around 1 million at most. Cool. Mocha down, yeah, not surprised. 2 million damage. Eroding avatar lava? Really? Not Hilicho? Why? Because I farm domain. Because the eroding avatar lava is in the Natlan artifact domain. Understandable. Understandable. So then Mohican Farina. The music is nice. The music is really nice. As they add 3 eroding avatar lava in the Natlan artifact domain. My condolences. Last of 10 artifact on that. That's very weird. I claim artifact every day. It seems that they are not counting up until recent days. Maybe just when the data is cut off. Brand new game mode. Okay, nice plug there, Hoyo. Alright, we're done. Woo. Primo. Capture one small animal, one time nature lover, by the way, chat. Season angler, catfish, speculator word collect 93 bucks. Alright, chat, I'm gonna go to bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave the screen here. I'm back, chat. Has anyone figured out where this music is from? Was that from any kind of anniversary video before, or this is a brand new one? This is cool. Alright, quick, I'm gonna do this. Brand new. Nice. That's so nice. And they're creating a brand new music for this. New anecdote recorded. Ooh, hello there. Yehoda. Nice.
Even when the night is gone, and even when...
Nice. We're gonna get an influx of 400 Primogem in about 2 hours.
Sky is hidden from view. Still the moon...
Let me go ahead and spend my resin doing some Charles domain. Let me just go ahead and meme some people. Doing what, please? Loving
A light harder to grasp even than that of the moon.
Alright, what can I use? Probably use something like this. Okay. People just want to play their own character. That's fine. That's a the most co-op thing ever. Why level 88 and not 90? I mean, some characters I have at level 90. Mostly because I want to save a little bit of resource, and I want the characters to just passively gain XP as they are exploring in the open world. Because we still get character XP even though extremely small amount from opening chests, from completing a mission. So I just want to just leave the characters there. It's inconsequential enough for me to just get the XP passively. And also, 88 just looks like a nice number. It just looks nice. I have occasionally leveled some characters to 90 out of necessity. I believe Raiden is 90 because I play her in a Hyper Bloom, and Hyper Bloom especially care about level. I have leveled Skirk to 90 because during one of the STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT co-op with friends. That extra 2 level is actually what's necessary for us to clear STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT. Other than that, I think level 90. Oh my god, really? XDD. Other than that, I think level 90 is also necessary for us to do the Echo Challenge. So if a character that I especially like to have an Echo, I would also level up to the 90 so I can do the Echo Challenge in theater. Rip. They'll be fine, right chat? They'll be fine. Oh no, Chlorine dies. Chlorine dies.
Show no fear.
It is time to slay her!
Rip. We're gonna be here until people figures out how to play. It's fine, chat. So that's the fun from co-op.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
Or until someone is impatient enough to leave. That ain't gonna be me. I'm here for the content.
many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Oh, there's a revive button now. Let me check real quick. Fuck, that's why. Okay, hold on.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
That's fine.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, gods should broaden their horizons in the world below.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
Now this looks like a Scud Premium team, chat. It's all up to me to not die. Chat, is all up to me. I need heal. I need heal bad. I'm gonna dodge every single shit. Fucking A.
Your best is fitting. Take your true form.
Chat, it's all on my shoulder now. I cannot let them disappoint. Send me a DM. Alright. Oh boy. You know what?
Allow me to finish this.
Hold on. This is a pick carrier situation. Hold on. Let me take the DM real quick. Here, I can join within Discord and drag you into the live. Can message you on YouTube. Know when you're ready. Okay. Jamie, I will probably be joining a Discord voice in 1 minute. 1 minute. I'm sure I can do it. Chat, I can do it. I will not let my co-op batten down. Don't kill me. It is all everyone's resting on my shoulder.
Oh, this is all getting rather dreary.
Okay, I'm gonna need heal in a second right now. Let's go. Operating under pressure is when I'm best.
Cryo incarnate.
Chat, get those clap sound effects ready, because it's coming.
The stage is yours, my queen.
I shall take the spotlight once more.
Physical scope. Woo! Dodge that, easy. Alright, we got it, chat. We got it. Easy. Easy. No pressure at all. No pressure at all. I'm gonna join a voice channel from Jamie. I mean, you're watching me from your own smart TV. Hi, Aoi. Speedrun. I have now joined a voice channel from Jamie's channel. I'm gonna wait for him to drag me onto a private voice channel, I believe. Hello, Aoi. We're gonna switch to a chatting screen for a moment. There we go. Ooh, it's getting cold here. Let me increase the temperature of my AC. Let me make sure that voice chat sound is enabled as well. Yeah, everything's good. Sounds good. Chat, when me and Jamie start talking on Discord, let me know if you are able to hear Jamie clearly as well.
If ever you find that the animals in nod-krai behave in ways you do not understand...
Are we? When you gonna get that new phone? Is it... So here's a real question. Is it up to you to get a new phone, or you need to get permission from some other family member? Or are you currently in saving for something else? Wait. Oh, we're so close to that location. What? I remember that arena fondly. Remember that one, chat? We had to fight in there once. And it's near the Hilichu camps where we have to get the series so we can go there to unlock the sword on the water. I never noticed that from here I can see that arena so clearly. I'm looking at this right now. I spent a crap ton of time at this arena specifically, so I remember that. You can say fondly or not so fondly. Oh, hold, wait, you can't see shit. You can't see shit. Okay, here. This is the arena. And where we have to collect the swords on the ground, unlock a few layers of protection.
Hello?
Oh, hello there. Hi, Jamie. Can you hear me?
Why is it not in game? Wait, 1 second, sorry.
Hello?
Discord. Why does the Discord thing not show on my stream?
I can hear you.
Fuck. Yeah, I sorry. Can I call you Timmy or Timmy's bird or?
You can call me Timmy or you can call me Bird. Which one you like?
Okay, I think Timmy's is better.
Okay,
but
sounds good.
you guys can't hear anything. Okay, let me fix that. Okay,
Right, I'm also checking with my chat real quick. Chat, can you hear Jamie well? Can I have an II in chat or no? Yes, okay. Thank you, chat.
Wait, can you guys not hear anything at all in my stream? Sorry, can you say something to me?
Hello, this is Timmy's bird.
Oh shit!
Hi.
I just can't hear him.
Hello, the chat of Jamie. If you can hear me, put a funny emote on stream.
Okay, I know how to fix it. I think I know how to fix it, but I have to do the desktop audio. Damn it. Okay, can you guys hear now?
This is me speaking to the chat of Jamie's. Hello there. I hope everyone's having a nice weekend and being able to hear the Discord.
Low. Okay, how do I make that louder? Oh my, this is annoying. Can you say something again, please?
Saying something again. I think I'm seeing some of your chat is saying they can hear now.
He sounds far.
Right, real quick. So Jamie, can you hear me fine? First.
Yeah, I can hear you good. I can hear you completely fine. But yeah, usually whenever I like talk to someone, there's always like a scuffed first 5 minutes where it's always Discord having to like do the volume and all that kind of shit.
I see. Usually, for me, there has to be some kind of setup I have to do as well. but I have invited some of my IRL friends from the past on stream to do some co-op Stygian Onslaught. So I've been through that step numerous times. I understand your pain.
We're talking to Timmy's bird. Is he another British? Does he sound British? No offense.
I sound British?
But yeah. No, I don't think. I think Pipoka is cooked.
Perhaps it's because of my omission of the T in the letters. Chat, how you like your ball?
Imagine if I took 1 day of stream to set up. No, you guys don't understand. This is hard. This is not easy to set this up. Because you never... The thing is, it's hard. Maybe like there is professional streamers who make this easy, but like for me, you can never... You have... It's always dynamic. You can't prep. You can't prep the setting the level. You guys know. You guys, if you guys have ever seen like a TV show or like a YouTuber filming something or whatever, you guys know that they always they attach the mics to the person they're interviewing, and then they always test before they hit record and shit. Or if you do like I don't fucking know, like a podcast or something, they always test everything before they go live. This is kind of like that, except you can't like hit record. You can't like test everything and then hit record. You have to do it on the fly. But yeah, you know, we're trying. I think it's a good, like, can I get a final check like on the volume for Timmy's bird?
This is the final check, and you shall not have any more check after this. No, I'm just kidding. How's it going?
Can you guys let me know out of 10 how scuffed is that? If it's at least like please tell me that's at least like an 8. Could be louder. Oh shit. I've already maxed him out. Look at my mana. What do you want me to do? What if I lower my volume a bit? There we go. Can it average out to like both people the same volume?
Yeah, I think what you could do is that you could lower the volume of every single other thing in your stream, and then what the viewer can do is they just increase the whole stream volume.
That seems like a strat to me. I'm just checking levels. This seems good. This seems like the play. Can you guys tell me if this is the play, please? He's in China? I don't think he's from China. Oh, do you mean volume-wise? Okay. I see what you're saying. But I think we're gaming now.
Oh yeah? Yeah. I am actually speaking from the abyss. So it may seem a little bit far away. I'm on the other side, chat.
Okay. So, yeah, China is not in the abyss, but it's quite far away. It's still quite no way. What is the solution? There has to be a solution somewhere. Is it actually ASMR tier?
So here's a question. Is the volume of what your chat is hearing the same volume as you are hearing, or do you have a controller for each? Because I could increase the volume on my end.
Wait, hold on. I can limit break. I can ascend to level 100. Okay, is this ascending, guys? But it might, I don't know if it's distorting or not, so I might be ruining the quality, I don't know. But to me, I am level 100, he's level 100 now.
This is me at level 100, limit breaking through the audio.
That's great. Okay, it's not like crispy or anything. It's not distorted or anything. One final check. Can I get a quality rating out of 10?
All right, here's another check. We're not gonna jinx it and say it's final.
Okay, not crispy. Okay, it's a level 100, guys. I'm telling you guys, level 100 is the play. This is what you need to do. Okay, I think we're good now.
You gotta go to 110, Jamie. Break that limit.
I actually don't have any of the... Oh, and I can see the Discord as well. Wait, how do I get that in my Genshin?
He's figuring something out.
I can see his name. Wait, can you say something again, please?
Okay, hi, hello.
Okay,
I think I can see me pumping up on your screen.
Yes, okay. See, I'm telling you guys, 5 minutes to fix to set the levels and everything. That is pro gaming. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, if we was in like a broadcasting studio and it takes people 5 minutes to set up, that is professional level. So what, you know?
That's true. Usually they take about an hour to set up. I'm just talking out of my ass here.
Okay, I think we're good to go. So where am I? I need to... Let me go to STYGIAN Onslaught. There, yeah, but look at my mana. I'm already live. What do you want me to do? You want me to shut down the stream, do the settings, and then go live again? You know? Why does my Genshin look so dark?
Let me know if you want some further testing or when you're good to go, Jamie.
No, we are good, I think.
Oh, all right.
So for
We are
anyone
good.
who's wondering who I'm talking to, hey, I've actually seen your channel before, and I think your channel does crop up time to time. I think some people in chat have also seen your videos sometimes. But do you have like a, not to, I guess to introduce yourself, but do you also have like specific kinds of videos you would say you're most known for that people might have seen before?
Let's see. The kind of content I make, well, hi chat. I am Timmy's Bird. You can call me Timmy or Birdie or Burp, or you can call me the Mommy Enjoyer, which I certainly do. The kind of contents I make is both live and video and short video on YouTube. You may have seen some of my shorts. It's ranging from memes to somewhat educational to somewhat kind of like an edit of a character that's about to come up. With the long form content, I sometimes make the banner guide and just moments of my stream highlighting. I would say it is somewhere, let me speak in the language of the content creator that people may get a reference to, somewhere in between Ziox and the Jeff.
Ziox and the Jeff. Oh god. Okay, I see what you're saying. Are you saying like streamer Ziox, or are you saying like the YouTube guy?
YouTube. Wait, hold on. Streamer Ziox and YouTube the Jeff. I know they both have different personalities when they make content, videos, and streaming. Ziox is more memeing when he's streaming, and the Jeff is more rage baiting when he's streaming.
Watch to end Mpreg.
You know what? Let me give you one. Yeah, you can voice on that. That's an edit.
Okay, I'm guessing you like Flints.
Half liking Flints and half as an inside joke in my chat. There are specifically 3 female viewers in my chat that extremely like Flints. And they talk about Flints all the time.
Okay, you have 3 female viewers. I'm guessing that's above average. Is that above average? There is. I probably have.
Any female viewers, you gotta out yourself right now. Alright. Yes, I love a lot of characters in nod-krai. I think the teaser, from the moment the teaser of nod-krai drops, I've just been oogling and looking at these pretty character designs. I think they have stepped up their games. I'm sure you can feel the same regarding the characters in nod-krai.
People, no, we have some female viewers. Maybe they're not here right now, but we do have some. Okay, my opinion on the nod-krai characters.
Yeah.
I guess I'm very what's the word? I'm very basic. Like most people, I think most people, even if nod-krai isn't their favorite region, I think most people like nod-krai style more than Natlan. I feel like at least online that's not a hot take. I'm probably similar to that. Like I like some of the characters in Natlan, but for me, nod-krai is definitely more on my style. Like the character designs, the vibe as well. I was always saying, oh, thanks, cardiologist. Welcome to the stream. I would say that as soon as I like arrived here, like a lot of nod-krai reminds me of like Final Fantasy 7 kind of thing.
Oh,
and
yes. Yes. I would say so.
like
Final Fantasy 7 Remake, the town reminds me a lot of that.
Yeah, exactly. And even there's a bit of like a Wua vibes as well. And it's probably like a bunch of different, like, what are they called? Are they called, is it called like steampunk or something? Yeah, there is like quite a few other games. Mostly Final Fantasy 7 though, but
welcome to the channel.
The soundtrack is also nice. And so far I haven't finished the story, but the vibe so far I like it.
Yes, I like the music a lot as well. Coming from a background of tabletop role playing, I play a lot of just fantasy world stuff. Listen to the Celtic music in nod-krai. The kind of music in nod-krai is, it's just wonderful.
Yeah, it's a bit like The Witcher, I guess.
Witcher. Yes.
Yeah, the music a lot. That's all. I was actually listening to The Witcher now. Wait, you play tabletops?
I play tabletop role-playing games. I play Dungeons and Dragons. Pretty nerdy stuff. Real quick, may I back off a little bit and have an introduction of Jamie to my chat, real quick. So,
you're right.
Yeah. I will just put a 1 or 2 sentence introduction. I think, Jamie, I come across your content as my impression of your content is kind of somewhat nerdy combat stuff, but what I really appreciate is that you know some of the characters really well, and you know some of the niche interaction of boss with characters really well, and you convey that in your video. I find it always a joy to watch and learn more from your videos. What do you say is the style of content you make? Is that good summary, or you want to add more?
Yeah, well thank you. I probably would say I am well, this is the thing, it's very subjective, but I always thought I was like not like a meta content creator. In terms of I don't make videos on every single character, and I don't really optimize. I don't really tell people what to pull or like who to pull and like optimizing around that way. But I do make videos, I guess, on like how to optimize your gameplay or how to do cool stuff. with your
Cool
favorite
stuff.
characters, I guess. And then, so with me, you'll probably see that I make videos on the characters I like, basically, and it just happens to occasionally, like, it does happen to, I guess, cross over into like meta stuff, I guess, in terms of like playing well and, you know, like speed running or cool gameplay or dire, whatever. But the foundations, I guess, is on the characters that I play. And so I come up with like videos and tips and stuff like that on the characters I play. And I think that's how a lot of people find me. Like, I think a lot of people found me from like Nilu videos. I probably have a playlist, like 36 Nilu videos. So if I find a character I really like, I'll make a lot of, you know, guides or gameplay on them.
Honestly, that's based.
Yeah, like, it's hard to explain, because a lot of people would say, oh, I make meta videos because, you know, it's like good gameplay and stuff. But for me, I like to see the difference where I'll show you guys how to like, you know, optimize the characters that I like, and maybe you like them as well, which is where the crossover comes. That's probably how I would explain my videos, I guess. So it's a bunch of characters that I like, and then it's how to, you know, get the best team for them, or how to play the best strats, or whatever.
I think I have a somewhat decent impression of the characters you like. I think those are Nilo, Ayaka, and Eula.
Eula?
Eula? No? Oh, yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's like
Oh, is that
Raiden
completely off
stuff,
mark? You can just say so.
Mulani. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe like, I don't know. I have to check my account. It would probably be maybe 3 or 4 characters a year. Maybe I'll make videos on. So it's been like Lauma, and then yeah, I guess the best way of summarizing it is saying that I'm meta for my favorites. So I'll optimize my favorites, but I don't cover every single character. So like last year, I actually got it looks like, usually I only get a couple characters a year. As you can see, my other years, for example, like Sumeru, I only got Nahida and Nilu for that whole year. And then Fontaine, there was maybe 4 or 5 of them. But Nalin, I actually got, it looks like a lot, because I got kind of lucky. I got a Varesa early and I got Kenichi early, but I wasn't actually going for them. And then I got Mizuki recently on the free character. But yeah, last year it was pretty much like the free stuff, and then Mulani, and then some Marika C. Lali stuff, I guess.
I see.
But yeah, on average, probably like, you know, 4 or 5 characters a year, and that's probably where people would find my content, is if I'm like covering a niche on those specific characters. I don't know if that explains my content well. Maybe that does. I don't know.
Oh, it explains quite well your type of content. You make content on the characters that you like, and because you like them, you know a lot about them.
Yeah. And maybe some of your viewers have watched my content before. Maybe, I don't know.
Now, what would you say is the thing that you enjoy about Genshin the most? Collecting characters that you like, the combat aspect, and as well as, do you enjoy the open world and exploration and story aspect of it?
You know, the funny thing with this is I actually hear consistent answers from a lot of people who do like, even if they also do like try hard content like I do, is that I have a similar opinion where my favorite content actually is like the exploration, or like in an ideal world, the co-op. You know, if there was like co-op raids, which there isn't, but like, you know, if there was like co-op events or stuff like that, and yeah, exploration and puzzles and stuff like that is something I've heard a lot of other people talk about, even if they don't make exploration content. But yeah, that is my favorite, and then I guess like after that you get into the gameplay. But I originally started playing Genshin for the exploration, and I still like it the best, even though, like I said, I don't, you know, you might not think it because I don't make exploration content. I think a lot of people say that.
For me, it is, I think I enjoy the combat, I enjoy the exploration, but I believe the story is what keeps bringing me back to the game. I enjoy the good lore and the good story of this game. Sometimes there are some patches that they are just dropping the balls on some story, but it seems that nod-krai is picking up in the story department again, and I'm liking that a lot. And also, for what you said about raids, I want them to make more of that. I have been crushing out about the fact that STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT difficulty 5, which is fearless, is not, well, we can co-op it, but we cannot really take the reward from it. If we can take the reward from it, that would be a really cool experience, just to hang out with my friends playing STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT together.
Yeah, I never really got into the co-op STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT because it's like only up to Merciless, I think.
Yeah, difficulty 4 Merciless,
maybe once or twice
menacing.
on a viewers account, but yeah, it only stops at the easy one, so that never really appealed to me, I guess. But it is cool that it exists. I think it also, wait, can I just check? Can you co-op into all the primos? Is that what it is? Yeah, I think maybe, can you even co-op into one of the dusts? Does anyone know?
I think you can co-op to get the first dust, difficulty 4, menacing.
Yeah, so menacing.
But I think.
Oh, you can co-op high difficulty, but no rewards. Okay.
Yeah. So what me and my friends, I invite my friends to my streams once per patch, and we are just trying to co-op and clear the highest difficulty possible. And even we get no reward out of it, we're just doing it for the sake of it, just for the fun of it. It would be nice if they add the reward though.
I actually had no idea you could co-op Dire until now. That sounds like it could be interesting.
Yeah, it could be fun experience. You can play with your chat. You can play with some of the IRL friends. Now, so that is, I believe that is a good segue to start talking about STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT, which I would love to pick your brains on. What do you think about this STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT? For, let's say in general first, what do you think the impact of this endgame has been for Genshin?
Could you be a bit more specific in terms of, like, I know you said in general, but
I gotta be specific. Do you like it?
Do I like STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT? I do like that there's harder content. And one of the things I really one of the things where it depends if I really like it is that
it depends.
you have to actually engage with the boss's mechanics. So for example, so it's like an in theory thing. But for example, like the lava dragon.
Hello, Milo Wade.
having
Welcome to
to,
stream.
Like apply pyro and like burn away his shield and stuff like that. That is cool. And also, like, what else? Like the characters, like, you know, using electro charge, hydro electro to like strip away his shield and do him damage. I like that, and I like that it's hard content because you don't really get that much in Genshin before. Because I guess because Genshin is like one of the few games like this, like one of the few ARPGs that doesn't have dodging and parrying.
What's up, Bowie?
And it has lots of iframes, which meant that like most of the time when we fought enemies, you're kind of just doing rotations and just ignoring the enemy's mechanics for the most part. So I did like how some of the bosses here, you actually have to engage with it. You have to engage with the mechanics, maybe dodge sometimes. You know, like the Tulpa can one-shot you if you aren't dodging. You have to play around the mechanics, and then you have to work really hard to get the clear. However, we've had like 3 Stygian Onslaughts so far, and I've realized the hit rate on that is not quite how I wanted, and there is maybe half the bosses, I don't know how else to say it, but yeah, half the bosses are just aids basically, and either they're just like damage sponges, or like they're it's too shield focused. Like just for example, like the AO by Drake, the new one, the multi, like this for me, this boss is a bit disappointing because
Really?
it is cool, I guess, that you have to. I haven't actually got a die with it yet, but you have to figure out teams that can like keep up their DPS windows whilst having like 2 damage dealers. But it does feel like a sponge. It feels too much like a sponge, and I guess same thing with the first Stygian Onslaught, the cryo boss, the automaton. That one was kind of,
That one,
you know,
is a doozy.
yeah. It's just you play your freeze team, and then you just hit it until it dies. And if you don't play your freeze team, then you just
That kind of boss design
too much, like,
I
kills
hate.
you.
That kind of boss design I don't
overall-
like, I think. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think many people like that boss, but it's just, so overall, I like the potential that it kind of elevates some
Hello,
of the
Lazy.
bosses and
Welcome
some
to
of
stream.
like, the fights that we already have.
We're having a chat with Jamie.
However, some of it is it kind of ruins the game mode a bit, but when there's really no
Hello, HSCA.
mechanics around it, and it's just too like shilling, you know, like the shield. If you play the shield team, it's boring. If you don't play the shield team, it's just got too much HP. But yeah, that's how I see the combat, I think.
Right. So first, I want to elaborate on, like, I'm gonna engage on the conversation of what kind of boss I think is interesting and what kind of boss is boring. I definitely agree that the first cryo boss is extremely boring. If we play into the mechanic, and the mechanic is not that difficult, it's just cryo, then the boss does nothing. Literally nothing. We just hit it until it dies. That does not feel like a boss fight. But things like, as you mentioned, the Tulpa is engaging because we have to look at its attack pattern, we have to dodge it. Now, that's something I think that I slightly disagree, which is the Drake. I think it is an interesting boss because it incentivizes us. It's not shielding a particular thing. It's not shielding electrocharge, it's not shielding, say, cryo, burning. It is inviting some weird team making in Genshin that I do not see very often. Some kind of dual carry team or some kind of not hyper carry team where like Raiden National, where both Raiden and Charlie are doing damage. Those kind of things, I think that is cool. Bringing something that is not exactly prevalent in the meta nowadays and make that into team making. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I'd probably agree with that. It is nice. Well, to be fair, I haven't seen that many teams at the C0 level do dire. But I guess it doesn't strictly like so far most people are doing like some sort of Mulani Moika team, but I suppose like, you know, once if you have a bit more investment or if you do fearless stuff like that, I guess it does open up a lot of teams, which is nice. Like one of the things I liked about the Lava Dragon was that this boss, you do so many different teams you could play. I think it was intended for you to play like Kinich, Emily maybe, but as it turns out, you could probably play like 5, 6, 7 different teams and do well. That was one of the things I liked. So I guess the Emerald Bite Drake is a bit similar. I just think it's a bit, if you compare it to the Lava Dragon, it's probably it's a bit, yeah, I'd agree with what Senodus is saying. It's a bit too tanky, to where it ends up a bit restrictive on like who you actually can do like the hardest content with. Whereas Lava Dragon, it had like the recoil damage it took, to where it allowed lower DPS teams to do it. But I guess they are quite similar. So I do like it. I just wish some of these bosses had like maybe 5-10% lower HP.
I see.
Even things out a bit.
So it sounds to me like you're also someone who likes to try some different teams at a boss, and if the boss is interesting and is having a nice HP threshold where we can try many different teams, then that is cool.
Yeah, like what the Dutchman is saying, who has done Drake, who's done Dire Drake at C0R1, Varessa, Cloran, Rodani, they all have Mabika. Yeah, that's kind of true, but it is still some, it depends.
Have you decided where you will go?
You know, at the end of the day, it has
I cannot solve this puzzle by talking,
Some teams just naturally get filtered out without cons, but yeah, I do. It's a lot nice. Let's put it this way: it's a lot nicer than the. I don't know if I'm skipping ahead, but it's a lot nicer than the. What do you call this guy? Shock Trooper. Like this guy has way too much HP, and not only that, its shield has way too much HP. Like, okay, this is probably the boss that, if this guy didn't exist, this Stygian Onslaught would have been way nicer. This boss like killed some of the vibes for this patch. I think for almost every person. I don't know what your opinion on it is, but this is like the worst boss so far, by far.
I think in all of the Stygian Onslaught so far, the first one has the Cryo boss. The second one, I think it's the Papilla, which is quite restrictive.
The second one, honestly, it depends on the person. Like,
Right.
That's what I realized. The second Stygian Onslaught was almost like the best, because I guess it really did depend on like what your account was. Like for me, like which one had the highest HP, I have no idea. But there were ways of clearing each of the bosses with a Scuff team. Like I don't know what were you gonna say was the Scuff boss of the second Stygian? The
Papilla? The Natlan shield boss.
Yeah, this might have had the most HP. But then again, like I did that one with decent amount of time to spare, and I didn't max out. My team wasn't maxed out either. But it probably did have the most HP. especially if you didn't play a weaker team. Probably, but so, then again, like for me, the cactus was the hardest one because I don't have
Deez Nuts.
But even that was doable, like somehow. I don't even know how, but yeah, people like myself were doing it with Neuvillette teams you wouldn't even play normally. Like this is like what? This is a official team, but yeah, it worked. It worked for me. But the craziest thing is that the cactus boss and the shock trooper are both Inefa shield bosses, but you could do the cactus similarly to how you can do the crab now with llama, but you could do the cactus with a bare bones team as long as you had Inefa last patch. Like you could do there were loads of people, I'm sure you've seen it, loads of people were doing Inefa with like a Sucrose Taser team and ran like budget Inefa teams, and it was quite straightforward. Whereas with the shock trooper, you take that same team, you're not even getting anywhere near clearing. It's crazy. It's so unbalanced. It's almost like Inefa is not enough. You need you need Inefa. You need a strong Inefa team, which is it's just so inflated. Yeah, that's the thing. My Neuvillette team was able to clear without Farina, without Inefa. It's just, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the HP is. I don't know if you know the HP for all these bosses, but there's just something wrong with the shock trooper. Like
it just had a lot of HP.
Its shield is ridiculous, but not only that, it's if you're playing like a non-electro charged team, the shield is the hardest bit. But if you can clear the shield, like with a Skirk Freeze team, then you've got enough DPS. But if you're playing an electro charged team, you can clear the shield, but your DPS might not be anywhere near close. The actual DPS check is the boss's HP bar.
I believe the shield is having resistance to every element that is not electro. So that's why Neuvillette feels okay against the cactus, but feels bad against the shock trooper. So it's not just about electro charge or lunar charge, I believe. It's about electro specifically.
Also the recovery as well. Like the recovery, it adds like is this the Abyss version? I don't think it is. But yeah, it adds like what's the word? It's like adding more HP because without the electro team, it's like slowly recovering a bit more. So that the DPS check is like going up, you know. Oh, you can toggle levels. I don't know how to do this, but maybe you know the exact reses. I know there is resistance differences. I just don't know the exact.
I believe that's the normal resistance. The shield resistance is 70% to every element that is not electro, and electro is still 10%.
Yeah, that is a lot. I don't know how to pull up the. Oh, fuck it. Is it low vision? I don't know. But yeah, I know it's something like 70 something. Yeah. You don't have. I mean, you can get away without C2 Farina, but you'd need, instead of C2 Farina, you would need like C1 Escoffier or something like that. Like you would just need like a Dolphin Skirk team, I think. So whether that's your C2 Farina or you get a Skirk Constellations.
Hello Speedy, welcome back to stream.
Escoffier Constellations.
Oh shit, that's some progress.
It's brutal. And then if you say, for example, if you're, I don't know what the lowest cost. We were looking at it before. Hold on. Let me just pull this up.
Find that the animals and not
Like there's like Inefa teams. Have I got an example here?
Regular electro charge is similar to burning. It still triggers electro. Yeah.
Yeah,
exactly.
We'll get into the flinch 2 costing, but like There are
Where's-
Nefer teams where you
where's
need like,
Nessie?
constellations on your Nefer team to do it. It is crazy. But I don't know if you have seen like the lowest cost, I guess what they balance the boss around is Inefa flints.
That will probably have to wait until Flint's release. Oh, I guess there's some early access content creator have done it
Yeah,
already.
so there's like three creators I think on Bilibili who have basically figured out like the minimum investment, which we were checking out before. But basically, it's
Scorpius one's nice, yeah.
it turns out it's like a 2-cost flints. That is what they balance this boss around. But it's not quite 2 costs because every single video has C6 Ino, and they also have like either a battle pass weapon on flints or Inefa. For example, this is the craftable, but if you do, who made it? 7 please. Who is the weapon house? I think this guy. Yeah, so the craftable is not that bad. It's gonna be way worse than the signature, but you know, if you don't have the C6 Ino, I guess you could make it up with like Staff of Homer or like Jade Spear or something. Yeah, it's like 2 cost plus. It's FGP plus 2 cost. But like, if you pulled your flints and you pulled the Inefa and you had like, yeah, Homer or Jade Spear or like something, one of these, you could probably make it without having the C6 Ino. But it is crazy. I don't know exactly how his damage works, but his plunge basically does like one of the bars, and I think it's 4 bars of the shield break. So I guess that's how they balanced it, because like a lot of these budget Inefa teams, they just don't do what Inefa Flints does. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's how they design the boss, but it's just a bit annoying, especially because like Flints is not even released yet.
Yeah.
So he's like coming after like the artifact farming part, so which is a bit annoying. But I guess that is just how they balance the boss, and maybe just because electrified teams was just so bad that once we get like an actual like modern balanced one, that one is just steamrolling, and then everything else is struggling, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, maybe I've been yapping a bit too much, but yeah, this boss is definitely the most annoying boss so far for me, to answer your question.
Alright, so before we take the conversation a bit more, I think providing a little bit context is helpful, because I think from the conversation so far, I noticed that you care a lot about clearing die difficulty. For me, when I clear fearless difficulty, which is difficulty 5, the close to the last one, I am
normal.
happy.
Yeah, that's normal. People should not care about dire, especially if you're like budget players like me, because you're setting yourself up for failure. Like I said this before, but I mean every creator's probably said it, but there really is no point trying to set the standard of dire, because eventually, like, you know, like me,
Another flint's
if you don't pull
coming!
every character,
Oh shit!
you're eventually gonna get
We shall aura
by the
farm
shield,
this one.
and you're not gonna have the
We
character.
shall goon.
So, and also, obviously, you don't actually get rewards past fearless. So I think that's why most people focus on fearless. I just personally, and also like content-wise, you know, dire is where it's at. But you know, for viewers and for most people, fearless is where it's at.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I get that.
I'm not sure if the balancing for the disparity between fearless and dire is always the same. I'm not sure if the HP scaling is just multiplicative or linear or not. But for this station onslaught, for me, maybe because I have the right characters, I clear it so much easier than the last one. I think I use a Varsa plunge team or Varisa Farina team for the shock trooper, and I do have Laoma, so that helps the grab. For the first one, I actually use a Raiden and Mohuika. Mohuika carries a little bit.
Yeah, on Fearless, there's so many teams you can use it against Drake. Yeah, there's loads. I
guess that's a little bit of where our perspective differs slightly, because I look at Fearless and I could use so many teams, but when you start looking at Die like you do, we're gonna be like, shit, there's not that many teams we can use.
Yeah, no, you're right. The Drake is like, every time I farmed the artifacts, like every day, I would just pick a different random team to do it in. But there is a lot of variety you can do with the Drake. I think it's I think what it is, I know, like in general, I believe it doubles in HP between Fearless and Dire. But I think it's also that the specific like punishing mechanics each of the bosses have, they're more emphasized. They're more because they are the punishing mechanics that it gets more brutal, and that's where you see like what's the word, like the deviation in like different teams can fall off at against different bosses, different difficulties. It's more drastic, I guess.
I mean, that's still on the table.
Like for example, the Hydro Talpa. It has a similar mechanics, I guess, to the shock trooper guy, where if you don't clear their shields in time, you get insta killed, which is obviously that's some BS. But it does mean, you know, that the more you increase their HP, some teams can just be screwed because you're on that like artificial time limit. It even comes down to like setup times against those kinds of bosses, to where like the harder the difficulty is, you basically get filtered out by your team's setup time, because you can't destroy those shields. Whereas like the lower the HP you go, even if you're halving your investment and you're halving the boss's HP, I see what you're basically saying is that might not always even out, which is what I'm also kind of saying, is that like, because the setup times is always the same, and like some weird kind of things about that are to say the same when you change like your team's investment and the boss's HP. To the point where pretty much one boss per cycle where it's balanced perfectly evenly between the difficulties. But I guess there's always like two where it just becomes just a way more BS fight. Hopefully that makes sense. I think that makes sense to me, but yeah, makes sense. One of the boss is somewhat okay, and two of the boss are just shielding for the rerun or the new character, especially in the new character. Lava Dragon is balanced. What are you talking about, Simon Love Machine? You don't think that was balanced? I think that was the best boss. I don't mean to sidetrack the conversation, but yeah, I think like I said, I think the way some of these bosses, they are designed, the other bosses are designed to rage bait, basically. Like the shields, the shield checks and stuff like that. So the harder difficulty you get, the more it's like disproportionately raised. Perhaps it's tricky. I mean, ultimately, overall, it's hard to really be objective in this, because the overall thing with STYGIAN Onslaught is you don't actually get the clear, like you don't get the Merciless, the Fearless, the Dire clear unless you clear all three of the bosses. And your account has to clear all three, which means you can have a nice experience with one boss, but it doesn't really mean anything unless you can also build teams around all three, which means that everyone's everyone's experience is different because everyone has different accounts and everyone has pulled like a different, like there might be like 90% of people in chat who have I don't know, a Skag team or something, but like it will go down and down if you have all 3 of the teams. So I guess no one can give like an objective experience because it just depends wildly so much. You can miss one character and then your experience is completely different overall because you aren't able to get the fearless clear just because you never completed that one team.
I agree with that. I think there is truth to that. Now, I would like to add a slightly different perspective, which I have been actually kind of enjoying for Stygian Onslaught mode. Because usually in Abyss, because the 2 sides can just compensate for each of the time, we don't really have to think about that too much. One team may be weaker, we're just gonna take a little bit more time on that when the other team's clearing faster. But for Stygian Onslaught, since the time does not add up, we're gonna have to just balance the power of our roster across 3 teams. And a lot of the times for me, as I do my own Stygian Onslaught and do some of my viewers, it's an act of just kind of like pulling the puzzle pieces around. So I think I have a good example for this. For the second Stygian Onslaught, when we have the papilla, the turtle, and the cactus, my initial plan was, I think, to use Mahuika for the papilla, Skirk with our Escovia for the turtle, and Varesa for the cactus. But then I was really like, oh shit, my Skirk without Escovia is not doing it. I have to scramble. How am I gonna balance my roster so that I can fill in for the lack of strong character for the turtle? And I ended up with Varesa for the papilla, Mahuika for the turtle, and finally some form of Raiden taser for the cactus. I think the process of figuring that out and moving the puzzle pieces around, literally, because there are 3 teams showing on the screen at the same time, just moving them around, I think that's a fun process to think about.
Yeah, that's cool. That's I think most people have that experience where, you know, whatever difficulty you're doing, you'd always start off with like one boss, and then you do another boss, and then you keep doing a boss until you're stuck, and then you have to like go back and be like, oh, maybe let me clear again. Let me clear the other boss with a bit of a scuffed version, but then it frees up this other character for.
Is that a wave of goodbye? While the wave of hello is will come back.
Quite fun, I guess. Can I give an example? Yeah, I can give you like my experience with that same, the second one, Stygian Onslaught. Yeah. I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, originally I did the papilla straight away, and then I think I actually uploaded the meta for that. Not to brag, I might not have. I can't remember exactly, but I think that whole budget Marika overload I did on the day 1. And then the issue was like, what do I do for the other 2? Because you could do a freeze team or you could do a Molani team. But then the issue was I actually never thought I was gonna do the 3rd boss, because my Molani team took Shilonen, who might be used in my electric charge teams, but then my Skirk team took my Farina, who might also be used. So I tried like Nivilet teams, I tried I also tried Raiden, I tried like a scuffed Varesa, what else did I try? I tried Molani as well. But it basically came down to, let me use everything I have, let me just try and just get this cactus clear, and then go back to the tortoise, and whatever I had remaining, I would then just go back and get the clear with that. And then it turned out that I ended up getting it to work with like this Nivilet team, which didn't use Farina, which meant I can just go ahead and I can just do my Skirt Karina team for that. So that was quite interesting. It didn't work like that with the other ones though, because the other ones was quite straightforward. But the issue with the new one is it's like a more extreme version of last.
It's not that flexible that we can swap things around.
Like somehow I didn't think I was gonna be able to clear the cactus last time, but I managed to do it. This one definitely no chance. Definitely screwed. So I'm not even really kind of bothering, which means I can kind of just do whatever I want on the other two. So it's a bit less fun if you have no hope. But if you have a hope, it is fun trying to figure out the puzzle. It's all about the hope.
That's definitely true. I think
by
that.
the way, do you pull every character? By the way,
I do not. I do have my main account, my alt account, and I maintain both of them. So I sometimes, for my main account, I pull for the characters that I like and are somewhat strong. For my other account, I experiment with the character that I like a bit less, but still somewhat interesting to play. That's where I'm at. And generally, on my main, I would say for Natlan, I pulled a decent amount. I got Mohica Sidlali, got Baressa, Salonen, got Skirk, no Escofia. Somewhat decent amount. I did not pull a lot at the beginning of Natlan.
oh, I can see your characters. Okay.
Oh yeah. Let me pull out the screen, mate. This is what I have. Oh, there we go. I should turn off my UI. For clear CA. I started the game from the middle Fontaine, so 4.3 I believe, immediately after the Fontaine Archon quest. My friends were glazing the crap out of the story, so I got started. And generally, I try to pull for some characters I like. Sometimes I know about the Skirk Escofia situation, but I do not like Escofia that much, and I think I can try to cope with just Skirk. Yeah, it works okay.
Is this your main account? Sorry, is this your main account?
This is my main. Yes, this is my main.
Okay. Yeah, so you have a nice variety. You also do that level 88 thing.
Is there someone else that do it?
I know some other creators that do that. I wouldn't do that, but yeah.
I mean, first of all, it looks nice. It saves. It looks nice, and I could get XP for them from just playing them in the open world and completing quests and doing stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
No, to be honest, I never did that in Genshin, but I used to do that for a bit in Star Rail.
Really?
It adds up. But you
adds up.
I'm sure you wouldn't. You probably don't recommend that for like your viewers or whatever.
Look, I kept Bennett at level 80 and now he's 81. Okay.
Or not.
That's so long, by the way. The story behind the Skirk level 90 is because I was clearing Stygian Onslaught, co-oping with my friends, and I actually need that 2 level to clear it with my friends. So she's here, and she's Hyper Bloom, so she's here. 90.
Nice. No, you can. I don't remember. Do you know what the numbers are? But I remember at least with Star Rail, it used to be like 2 purple books a day if you cap it out. Genshin is probably similar. Have I got a level 80 character?
I mean, to be honest, if we're lacking Mora and Purple Box, so we're just probably farming the fart bubbles. What are they called again? The ley line outcrop in the open world, right? I used to be against farming them for the longest time, but then at one point I'm just too broke to care anymore, so I farmed them.
I actually don't farm that either. There's like an achievement somewhere. What is the
Dawn? What a masochist.
Yeah, here. The Bounty of the Earth. So I still don't have this one. I've only done 321 ley lines, and those are when when it's like the double XP. So I do my best. I only do ley lines when it's given away, but yeah, I don't do that either.
Alright, hold on. Let me check mine. Bounty of the Earth. How do you find that? Oh, I did like 500
journey.
Yeah, I searched for that in the search bar. Did 500. I think I was trying to stick to that. I think farming ley lines just inefficient for the longest time. But then I noticed the amount of characters that I need to level up. That's just having a bottleneck. They have all the weapons. They have all the talent materials, but they are not leveling up. And I just think that's the biggest bottleneck ever. And one of those days, I just snap and like decide, okay, I'm gonna farm those fart bubbles, the ley line outcrops now. I've been happier since.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just try to save as much resin as possible for the artifact grind. Yeah. It's all about optimizing how much time you can spend in the artifact domains for me.
That's true.
I mean, maxing that.
Oh, so I wonder, where do you think is a stopping point for farming artifact for you specifically? Or do you just keep farming for a character? Where would you switch to a different character?
So my recommendations and what I do is slightly different. I think I actually made a video. How do I think it was like at the beginning of...
Question: will you know this from Llama before your phone croak? Does she increase rate from all the characters involved like Lone Charge? No, she just wants elemental mastery.
Hold on. Yeah, okay. So I made a video, I guess before nod-krai. And I would say for my viewers, I was... I guess it's similar to like how people just use Akasha and like use those kinds of things, where like if you can get 30 substats, then you're kind of done. Anywhere 30 to 32, like for the average character, that scales up a bunch of stats. That's probably like the goal that people go for, and that's probably what I kind of do as well. But for the tryhards, and I guess it's not really recommended, but yeah, I guess we would try and go a bit further beyond into like 34, 35, 36, 37. So wait, do I need to explain maybe I need to explain what substats are? It's like they actually made it easy to check. So if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, what I'm saying is that across all of your artifacts, a general goal is to average around 30 of these, but then you have to add the original ones. So this shows how much you've leveled up. So here, this piece here has 4 levels up plus the 3 original ones. So this is 7 substats. Yeah, we used to have to just count it, just all the substats, but now you can kind of see how much you gained from here. They made an update. And then you tally that across all your pieces. Or, if you don't want to do that, what a lot of people would just do is you just use Akasha, and then Akasha, you just, it'll show you here. So you can see this rise in here. It adds up all the substats, and you have 35. But yeah, like 30 on average depends. That's probably what I would recommend people stop at. That probably takes a couple months, I think, to farm. But that's a good goal. You know, I should say though, I don't want to yap too much, but some characters it's not easy to get that. Like on Skirk only scales with crit and attack on a very niche domain. So for Skirk, getting 30 substats is an achievement. You know, the top tier, the top like 1% Skirk builds on Akasha have like 32 substats. Whereas for Raiden, the top 1% is probably like 38 or something. 38, 39. So I think my Skirk is 29 substats. Yeah, I think most people get 28, 29. So yeah, that's a good goal for your Skirk. But that's very rare. For most characters, you know, if you get 30 substats on your artifacts, you can stop. I think that's a good goal. You don't need that to clear, but if you're someone who, you know, you pulled your favorite character, you want to optimize them, you want to know, okay, what should I aim for? What's a good goal until I'm done? Yeah, I would say like 30. I think that's reasonable.
I see. Now, are you a person that distinguish between a better substat and a lesser substat? That's also useful. So for example, let's say on Mahuika, a crit is more valuable than an EM in attack, and an EM is more valuable than an attack. Or do you just count all substats somewhat equally?
Well, again, are you talking about like for like tryhards, or are you talking about like how I would advise
how you would
someone? How I would personally, well, what I always tell people is that you can actually check this yourself. So if you go on the Akasha, let me just click like a random person.
Yeah.
So here, you know, you have your build. It has the amount of substats. This is an insane build, 39. But what you can do then is on the Akasha, you can go here, show substat priority. And Star Rail also has this in their version as well. But now then you can see for each of the substats, how much percent damage are you gaining here? And then you see like, oh, what are the good substats? What are the bad substats? What should I go for? You know, but ultimately, there's a difference between, you know, we would like to get crit or EM or whatever, but you can't just magically spawn substats, can you? So you generally have to just take what you get. So I would say don't worry too much about it until you really want to get into those top tier flex builds. Then, or if you're like you want to clear Dire or something. But generally, you don't need to know this. Just to simplify things, in general, the more substats you have, you're probably going to do more damage than having less substats. So as long as you know the basics of just how to count, like what is a good piece or not, you don't need to care too much if it rolls into crit rate or if it rolls too much into attack. You would like to get it to, you know, get the nice crit ratios, but sometimes you just have to take what you get. And if you get a lot of attack, then oh well, it still technically counts as a substat. It's just you can break down the science of it and you can see, oh, actually my attack roll was 1.5%, or if it rolled crit it would have been 3. But you know, it's you're fighting RNG, so I would say for most people don't worry about it too much. Getting the piece is the hardest part, so you have the piece, don't worry too much. I mean, maxing.
So you're the raw value kind of guy and not the crit value kind of guy.
I mean, I feel like the crit value Andy stuff is a bit. I don't think it's that popular anymore. I don't think that used to be more popular like for the first few years of the game before like Akasha. I feel like ever since Akasha came out, people care more about their rankings. I would say, and the rankings will take care of everything for you. They'll do like, you know,
You have 28 sub-stats and your skill's still dog
but
shit.
that's another story. But in general, the rankings will calculate
There's some other
the
aspects
damage
to
you
it too.
get from the stats, so you don't need to worry about it that much. Just as long as you're getting something, a stat that does something, it'll probably increase your ranking. Akasha came out. I don't remember exactly, but I'm going to assume it came out in Sumeru because it's called Akasha. I think it would have came out around then. And that was also Enka came out slightly earlier. But that didn't really have leaderboards. I think this came out 3 point something. Maybe early Fun 10, but I feel like they might have come out earlier. But this just simplifies. This is very easy. You just put your UID in, and this will tell you everything. You just have to look through it. Or like I said, you don't have to care about that. Just farm your pieces, and just like count. Just count what your character scales with, and just add it up. It doesn't need to be that complicated. Or you know, you just level up random pieces. You don't have to care about it. It depends on how much the person wants to care and min-max. You don't have to. You can stop at any point depending on how much you care about.
Yeah, generally for me, I think it's extremely arbitrary, but if I feel like my character is doing enough damage, I'll just stop. Sometimes I look at Akasha ranking, and if it's something within something like 5%, then I'm like, okay, that's good enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even use the Akasha myself. I don't even really use the optimizer either. So, because I just calculate myself for the most part.
Ooh, you don't need no calculator. You are the calculator.
Yeah, you know, back in my day, you know, in the early TC, none of this stuff existed. We had to do it all ourselves. But on a serious note, like I wiped the cookies on like the optimizer and that kind of thing before when I got like a new computer, and then I just after that I saw I couldn't be bothered. But you don't have it, like I said, all this stuff it scales with how much you care. So if you care a lot, you can learn all these optimizing stuff. If you don't care, you don't have to. So it's just the range. It's the range of how much you want to care about it. You know, and sometimes I should say, like sometimes, even if you're a casual player, you care about Akasha more than a tryhard would.
What song is that?
Because you just want to flex. So that's fine. It's everyone's different. The tools are here, and the range of min-maxing is here. It's just where you want to fall into that.
Oh yeah, I've definitely seen people who are just Akasha maxing and not actually playing Genshin. I'd like to play Akasha, please. I say that to an extreme. There's definitely have been some viewers that I help. They have god tier artifact, but they spend all the time not leveling up their talents. Let's do grounded.
Now that's quite common. Like I also do VO help quite a lot, and I'm sure the chat knows. Maybe like 1 out of every 4 accounts or something, they will have, or even not even just the viewer helps, but even like the flexes that we get a lot of flexes every day, and then a decent percent of them, 10-20%, they'll have good artifacts, or they'll just be asking for help. They'll be struggling, and there's like the basics which they haven't optimized, like level 90, or talents, or they have a level 80 weapon or something. But I feel like a lot of people know that by now. Like the game's been out for a while. I feel like the majority of players know that the min-maxing is the artifacts. Like you do want to get the basics, the guaranteed upgrades done before you try too hard to min-max the artifacts.
Yeah, I would say one talent, a relevant talent grounding is something between 3 to 4% increase. I'm just pulling the number out of my memory. Might be wrong. But an artifact, an additional substat on an artifact, as you just looked on Akacha right there, is something like 2% increase, 2.5% increase at most. So we could spend 3 days or half a week grounding a talent, or we can spend a month, 2 weeks, 3 weeks to get an extra substat. There is an allure to seeing the RNG of artifact. I get it.
Yeah, but I mean that could also apply to a lot of things. I mean, I make videos about this all the time. We have discussions about this all the time. But like stuff like a new team, like people always ask like, oh, should they pull this support because it's the new highest DPS for their character, and then it turns out like their new team on the spreadsheet is like 3% more damage than the old team. But then we have to tell them that, you know what else is also 3% more damage? Just instead of pulling that character, just get one more crit roll.
That too.
You know, so like theory crafting, there's like so much different ways you can increase your damage, and it's important to get your priorities right, and sometimes it's artifacts, sometimes it's talents, sometimes it's pulling something new. But yeah, it's important to not get baited into any one thing, I guess. Sometimes you don't need to min-max the artifacts, sometimes you don't need to pull a new character or weapon or something. There's loads of different ways. I mean, actually, speaking about this, that was actually the point of one of my recent videos, which was about the level 100 thing, and I got cooked at the time. It turns out I was right, because now everyone's realized that level 100 isn't a big damage increase. But one of my points I made in this video was that, say for example, level 100 is like a 7% damage increase for your character, and you might be freaking out. You might be like, oh shit, I have to get level 100 on all of my characters because it's like 7% more damage. But then, like, what I was saying is that you already have like 5 or 6 different ways you could get that 7%. So yes, yeah, I mean, some people make the argument about like how, you know, we already talked about this a those times, but yeah, some people make the argument that how, you know, level 100 looks nice, or it's satisfying to get, but like damage wise, purely damage wise, you could get the same damage increase with like farming a new set, or leveling up your talent a bit more, or like playing a better team, or learning a new combo. There's enough ways. Yeah, there's just many ways of increasing your damage, really. And they're all different, like different things. So that was like an interesting topic when that came around. And there's like I was saying, there's like good points and bad points. It's not all about the damage. I see what you guys are saying, but I did find it helpful to tell people about the damage thing. And it also, like I said, it's not just about levels. It also applies to like artifacts. Like sometimes people were wondering, like, should they farm a new artifact set or something? Maybe your refarm, like I think my shower video, that's another example. Here's my shower video. Like people were wondering, like, oh, do they have to farm the new set for shower? I don't remember what the damage difference was. What was it? It varies, isn't it? I made like a sheet or something. But his new set, was it like... It ranges from a side grade to a downgrade to an upgrade. I think it was... I have a spreadsheet somewhere. But yeah, this, so you might have been freaking out. You might have been like, oh crap, do I have to refarm my new Shao set? And that's obviously, you might be looking at like a year of farming or something. A year of refarming. But even in the best case scenarios, like say for example, it's 6% stronger. That could be like 3 substats stronger. So if you had like a cracked Vermilion set or something, like a 38 substat Vermilion set, it would mean like you'd have to refarm a 35 substat of the new set to be a side grade. So now that you know that, is it worth it for you then? Maybe, maybe not. But at least at least we're giving you like the numbers, because instead of farming like months for that new set, you could keep trying to just get like one more substat on your old set. It's your choice really. But yeah, it just goes for a lot of things in the game. It's just there's loads of ways of min-maxing, so it's all about just being informed about what is the best, or not even the best, like just what you want to do next, and how worth it is it.
Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of ways to do it, and sometimes it's convoluted as well. That's definitely for the most min-maxing people. There's an interesting thing I would... a slightly different perspective about Shao having a new artifact set that's potentially a little bit better. I find people modding over that or crashing out over that a little bit weird. If your favorite character has an upgrade, potentially, then wouldn't that make you happier? Why are people upset that they have to refarm? The alternative option is to not have the new set at all, and the character is not getting stronger. But now they have the choice of getting the character to be stronger. I just find, just a slight nitpick of mine, I've seen a lot of Ziox crash out video just popping up over that time, which I find funny, but also weird.
Yeah, I mean it's you have two emotions. It is what it is. It's like on one hand it's cool that your character's getting buffed, but on the other hand it's like to achieve that buff you have to do a long grind. So yeah, it is obvious, but that's just how it is.
Actually, I think one of the characters that has a massive set buff is Fischl in Fontaine, right? I was not around during that time, but was people having such a similar reaction to Fischl? Fischl using Golden Troop?
Fischl's buff, I remember calculating, I think it was like 20%. The Golden Troop set, I think it was something like that, maybe like 15 to 20%, I think. And those, and like as we've just shown in like the
Glide Trial, what is that?
Like if it's like 20%, that is
NPC down there, alright.
Maybe like 10 substats. Which
What's the
means
trial?
you're getting like 2 entire artifacts for free, basically. So when it's like, that's always the thing. It's like when it's very close, people, there's more of like a frustration around it, because then you have to like debate whether it's worth you spending that time. But when it's big enough, like maybe Golden Troop, it was for Fischl, you know, if you only need like 25 subsets, which will take you a few weeks to farm, maybe a month max, to get an upgrade, then it's just a big upgrade.
That's true.
Then. And also, like, you know, there's like the stuff about how efficient the domain is, you know, like the stuff, something like Golden Troop was in a nice domain, so that makes it a lot easier. And yeah, also another good point is that like how many people actually min-max their officials before font 10. So it depends. Usually with like mains, I guess it's because of that, it's more of a thing, whereas like characters who people don't really main, it's not that different. But yeah, overall there always is, there's always people who are happy and there's always people who are happy but they're also annoyed at having to farm. It's always gonna happen.
Yeah, I guess there's that sentimental regarding the time that we have already spent. What would you say is then? Okay, what would you say is one of your favorite characters in the game that you spend a crap ton of time just farming for?
I mean, I guess like overall in my account, like overall it's probably either Hu Tao or Raiden, and then like more recently, and those are success stories.
Wait, is that a Hu Tao with the old Crimson Witch set I see?
Yeah, this was like my, because originally, in fact, the first few years you couldn't really strongbox a wide variety of sets, so you know, like a lot of people were farming strongboxing Crimson Witch back then, or even just farming the domains. And then over time people don't really do that anymore.
But yeah, sorry for the interruption. Like finish your thought. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I feel like I flexed these pieces enough at this point. But yeah, I have some really good pieces on Hu Tao and Raiden. I used to have the rank 1 Hu Tao build back in the day.
Rank 1. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, like at launch, when Hu Tao came out, I had 2 max pieces. So in 1.3, which was never happening. Like, how do I show this shit? Like when Hu Tao launched, I had this piece. So this is like 1.3. I had this piece and I had this piece.
Oh,
yeah.
Grab.
So my Hu Tao, and I had C1 as well, and I was a speedrunner. So like early in my, that was like one of my first few videos. I used to like early speedrunning. So that was like I was basically cheesing, because I was able to get like the best clear times, because my Hu Tao was just far ahead of everyone else's. But over time that averages out, you know, over the years. And Raiden is kind of similar. I farmed a lot of, and I strongbox a lot of Emblem as well. And the more recent, but those are success stories. Like the failure stories are like, I spent a year trying to farm for my Chlorand, and my Chlorand set is not very good. Same thing with Navia. And kind of Mulani, although more recently I got a few wins. So I managed to get a few banger pieces, and now my Mulani's in a good state. But like, I mean, that's just a perfect example, because a lot of those characters that I've been farming to min-max, it takes like a year. Just so that adds up. And that also makes sense, like time-wise. So if you want to min-max your characters, you have to prepare to spend a lot of resin, which is why most people shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's some nice investment.
Yeah, I mean, it's RNG. Yeah, perfect example actually, because I think my Navia, because I remember making like some Navia speedrun videos as soon as she came out. Most of these pieces, like this piece here, this piece here, this piece as well, I got in the first week. So I think I got like a 30 substat Navia in the first like few days she came out. which is why I was able to make like a lot of like videos on her when she first came out, like this stuff like that. But then like trying to get past 30 substats, it took like a year. So wait, the sun's in my face right now. 1 second. Yeah, so that's the perfect example, because it can look like you're about to finish a character very quickly, but you're still, on average, it's gonna average out to like a long time. So it's the viewer's choice, and it's your choice, like if you want to do that. And it also doesn't matter. Like a lot of the min-maxing is not gonna make a big difference. It's just what you want to do, just to flex or to get an Akasha rank, or if you want to min-max your damage. Yeah, my Candace is not C6. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully that answered your question, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I believe a lot of people just has different, that's basically just people's preference regarding farming artifacts stopping point, and definitely the characters that they prefer to farm. So I enjoy learning about yours preference.
Yeah, I mean personally I always try to farm the signature set as well, which again, like, you know, if you're more casual you might not go for, but that's something I like to do, even if it's only a few percent. So I would always farm like the signature set for like some of these characters, but if you don't care as much, you could, like Skirk for example.
What is Varesa even doing that?
Probably just use MH, but then there's also some people who want the best set. So you'll farm that, and it doesn't really matter how long it takes. You just go for the signature set. That's another choice that you guys will have to make.
Having MH is just straight up locking her to Farida, and I've been using MH for a few patches now. I'm just starting to farm the new set, her signature set for her, because I cannot remember when exactly, but I think I had to use Skirk with the 49, and that felt so terrible.
Oh, you originally had MH?
Yeah, I originally had MH. Yes.
Is it because you thought you saw the calcs and stuff like that?
Mostly because I have farmed a lot of MH before, and I don't feel like farming a new set. I do have Varesa, but and I also have a codex set for her, Obsidian codex set for her. I'm just gonna continue farming Obsidian codex for my Mohuiga, for my Varesa, things like that. Okay, I can strongbox stuff.
Yeah, for both of those characters, you don't have to do the grind, but yeah, over time, I think people see the small advantages, especially if you're min-maxing. Both Varesa and Skirk can like run out of crit rate, but they can hit the cap with those sets, especially if you have their weapons. So yeah, at some point people over time are converted into farming their signature sets, but you don't need to if you don't want to. It's just another one of the many factors that comes into min-maxing. So again, it depends like how much your viewer cares about pushing that ceiling up.
The lonely Jewelry, they come back from time to time. I'm just waiting for Skirk set to be in the strong box so I get strong box set, because right now my priority is to farm the new nod-krai set. I have my eyes set on some nod-krai characters. This is probably gonna be a while until Skirk set is in the strong box.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like one of the arguments I did make at the time with that whole domain is if you had Veressa and Skirk, it actually was probably the most efficient domain you could spend your time in, because usually people would say that, oh, the universal sets are the most efficient, but actually it's very rare that like 2 of your DPSs and 2 of the DPSs that you're using a lot in a lot of the content, like Veressa, Skirk, you could play them in pretty much every single Stygian, Onslaught, and Abyss. So this, it was kind of like a what's the word? It was kind of like a perception thing. People thought this domain wasn't efficient, but it actually was. So you could have been grinding that before, but you know, if you missed it and now you want to work on the new sets, that makes sense as well.
Yeah, kind of waste the time. I was not on the train soon enough. Now the train has departed.
Yeah, especially with usually every new version, they always have like the most, like, I guess the universal one. So they had that, and then they had the Codex and Scrolls last year, and they had the MH and whatever. So usually that whenever there's a new region, people grind that first domain a lot. It's the domains after that are that usually more niche, where maybe you have more time to decide where you want to spend your resin.
Scope for sure, Versa.
Usually put really
Depends. You mean the domain for artifact?
Having said that, like, I guess if you're not playing Flints, the DPS set isn't that useful right now. But I'm assuming it'll be more useful in the future. Because this seems like all you need to do is you have a double nod-krai team. So once we get more nod-krai characters, I'm sure more characters will use this. So you might as well, even for like if someone like me who's not pulling Flins, you could still try and optimize this set for the future, and you can prepare for future characters.
I think the set is actually usable on a non-nod-krai character as well. We just need a 2 nod-krai team.
Yeah, you need to be playing like a Enafa Ino team, or maybe some people might already be doing that now. So yeah, whatever. If you're doing that now already, then I guess this is already useful.
Well, I've seen some cows for Alekino, Ino, Enafa Bennett, which is funny, and the new set is unlocked. But definitely a higher investment. If you already have a good Alekino signature set, then maybe you can easily overcap on crit rate on the new set.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure people are. The only thing is, with a lot of these new teams with old characters, well, it depends if you care about Stygian Onslaught. But like the general thing is that a lot of these newer teams, you can't split up the characters. Like, for example, maybe you're playing a new team that has Lauma and Enefa, and that'd be cool if you're playing that somewhere. But you might run into issues where, oh, you're doing Stygian Onslaught, and now there's a Lauma boss and there's an Enefa boss. So, for example, if you're like a Neuvillette player and you're farming for that team, you're min-maxing your Neuvillette Hyper Boom team, but it doesn't actually work for... It might not work for the endgame content because you can't actually play Lauma and Enefa in the same team, which can screw over, you know, some of the farming you're doing.
Yeah, I agree. It's a funny option. It's an option that is nice to have.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, you can play that team in the overworld, or you can play that team in the abyss, or you can play that team in like... You can probably play that team in lower difficulty seasonal source. It just depends, like, you know. You just have to be aware that sometimes the shield can break apart your teams, and sometimes that might screw over the artifact set you're using. Like, we even had that before with like Farina. Maybe there's some characters that you farmed MH for,
Yeah, that's
then
exactly
they
the
get
problem that I'm trying to run away on Skirk. Now you're putting a new character into with 2 nod-krai characters. Wait, that's Ayaka MH. Damn.
Yeah, I have identical sets. I have like the Blizzard and MH because, like I said, I like to min-max the characters I do pull, so I don't pull that many. So for example, with Ayaka, I have the exact same crit rate, the exact same like crit damage and ER with both builds, so I can play a lot of these characters. I can play different sets depending on who I'm playing them with. But yeah, it's the exact same substat count. I think they both have like 33 or something. But this is a luxury, you know. I'm well aware that more casual players wouldn't be able to do that. So if you can only pick one, maybe you pick the more universal one.
I've definitely been using the crap out of the custom configuration, the fast equip thingy. Even though they only had 2 plans, I have a lot of different artifact sets for my characters, and just being able to swap between them is nice too. I don't think I've set up one for Skirk MH and Skirk galleries yet. Yeah, just I think some people are just complaining that it does not have enough set, and that's true, but at least it's still more useful than before.
Yeah, I know. It's some people get use out of it, some people don't. I don't really, but I know there's enough people that do get a lot of use from it. So it just depends what kind of person you are.
Yeah.
I use it a lot more in the other games, to be honest. But
Is it better designed? I am not very familiar with the other games.
I mean, the thing is, they're all kind of scuffed in their own way, unfortunately. We're talking to Timmy's bird. I should probably make a thing. But like the Woowa one, there's one in Withering Waves that's quite good. The only issue is it's a bit slow. You have to go into the menu and then you just click like a button here and then pick the pieces. And then sometimes if you like delete a piece, it kind of bricks it. There's also a Star Rail one. It shows you how much like useful substats you have actually as well, which is quite cool. It's similar to the Genshin one, but then just below the artifacts it will say, oh, this build has
Total
33 substats. So they took a bit of pieces from Akasha and that kind of stuff. That one's probably the best one, I think. But then again, like in comparison, they're all kind of crap compared to some of the older games. Like Genshin Impact just straight up had artifact loadouts, and that's just it. Where you save your build and then you load your build. But a lot of these newer games, they all kind of have pros and cons. So none of them really.
Genshin Impact has it. Oh wow, that's a whole game. So
Yeah,
they definitely know how to do it.
Yeah, I mean, they're older games. They have different development teams, different engines. Who knows how it is? There's a lot of conspiracies, like about why these games don't make the perfect one, but who really knows?
What set the team it just gives alone? Archaic Petra, the Geo set.
Even if it's not perfect, you might still get use out of it. Like you're saying, you get use out of it. There's a lot of people online who say they still get use out of it. It's really not that big of a deal if you don't want to like min-max fully. So I guess even if they're not perfect, they do serve their purpose. And if you're not happy with it, then you could learn how to optimize it better, or you can just complain. Like keep complaining and sending the feedback that they need to give us real loadouts, and then hopefully they will. But yeah, overall, out of all the newer games, I think the Star one's maybe the best overall. Try to say.
Overall,
Although I don't play ZZZ, so I don't know what they do. Maybe they're a good one. I have no idea.
now I definitely need 4 different sets for Barcelona, so I use it a lot. I have a scroll set, I have archaic Petra, I have instructor, and I'm one of those people that play Barcelona DPS with codex set, so I need 4 of them.
Wait, this build looks better than mine in every way. What is going on?
Hold on, it's less
has
EM.
more attack. Oh, the EM's less. Oh, okay, I missed it. Yeah, I overlooked that. Yeah, it looked like it had just better stats in every way.
Oh.
But yeah, okay, my mistake.
Still look real good though. Might make up for that EM, maybe.
Nah, I think I was probably doing a lot. I was just trying to pick the best build for STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT at some point, so this probably was the best one. I don't know.
Gotcha. So on STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT, let's go back to that for a bit. So regarding your testing with it, your clear, perhaps your clear on your viewers, is there any certain tips that you have found on those bosses? Or maybe perhaps from watching videos of people clearing it as well? Something that people may or may not know?
It's probably the most obvious one, which was I made a video like recently showing like the llama sort of hacks you can do. And it might take someone a lot of retries, but if they can get it down, as long as you have llama, you can basically, it's free, even dire difficulty. But yeah, there's like this crazy basically llama as a DPS, the whole mechanic with the crab is that the seeds it sort of works like a star rail boss. You damage the seeds and the seeds will take that damage and then damage the boss. And llama's hold E in pretty much every bloom team is gonna be more damage than like Nidu blooms or Hyper Bloom or whatever. So you can basically cheese this boss by building like a llama hyper carry team around maxing this hold E Lunar Bloom. So the damage you deal to those, when you use that, it would explode the seeds here, and then those seeds will do some insane, I think it's like a 5 times multiplier, something like that. So you maximize this hold E damage here, and you hit several seeds, and then the seeds will do 5 times that damage to the boss. So this is a crazy cheese where you can, if you really sweat, you can one shot. But obviously, you have like 2 minutes to clear if you're doing any difficulty. So you don't have to get the one shot. You can kill it. You can do a 2 shot or whatever. But that is like the coolest boss this STYGIAN, because it's like a weird thing you can learn, and then you can.
How long did it take you to get that one shot?
Well, there's different things. I think technically that whole stream was like, I don't know, 5 hours or something. But the first 4 hours was like trying to understand.
Hello, Widow.
So there's a lot of things going on. So it took me like 4 hours to realize that the one shot was only possible if you spawn the extra seed. Mm-hmm. So basically, if you get the perfect timing on the start of the fight, where you do the llama
this is Jamie
at the start,
we're hanging out.
If you get the perfect timing,
and talking
I don't
about
know how much frames it is, but the boss will actually, like, one of the seeds will hit like an iframe. So when the boss is spawning the extra seeds, it won't explode. So you basically get an extra seed. And that extra seed means an extra 1.5 million damage.
Wait, how do you keep that again?
So it's like a precise timing. I don't know how many frames of leeway you have, but you have to do a hold E at the perfect timing that these are spawning. So it's maybe like slightly early, and then you do it, and then because usually the boss ends up spawning more he spawns them in a ring at the start of the fight, but then after a few seconds he also spawns them in a wider ring. So if you get the right timing on here, when he spawns them in the wider ring, one of them won't delete itself, because usually they're supposed to delete themselves once you break the boss's shield. But there's like a specific timing to where you can keep one alive, and that means you have an extra, again, there's the extra 1.5 million damage, because it's Llama's hold E times 5 basically. And then that allows me to get the one shot, because then I can set up and I can have 6 explode, because usually the cap is like 5, I guess, is when they'll start exploding. But if you have 6, that's the 6 times the 1.5 million, which I think is like times 6. Yeah, he probably has like 10 million HP or something. 9 million to 10 million, I don't know. But that's what gets you the one shot. Oh yeah, the other thing is that
that's insane.
It's like a secret mechanic, because Mona. So the way the seeds work is, you might be wondering how they're doing so much damage. The thing with that is, usually like bloom damage like this is not, it doesn't have damage bonus in its multiplier, which I mean people know, because like Farina's buff doesn't buff a lot of these new reactions and stuff like that. Amona's burst, people know by now because this has gone on for years, but this gives damage bonus 60%.
Yeah.
It says damage taken, but that multiplier doesn't really exist in Genshin. So it's damage bonus, but it's like per enemy. But the thing with these seeds is that because they shouldn't work with Mona's burst. But the way I understand it is, because these seeds calculate the damage you dealt to them and then it attacks the boss, is that the seeds damage is technically not Lunar Bloom. It takes your Lunar Bloom damage and then it comes up with its own damage, and that own damage can actually synergize with Mona. So that's how we get like an extra 60% damage bonus onto these. So that's another interesting part of the equation. You don't have to use Mona. You can use like Diona as well. That's why this strat is so good, because you can basically use random characters with Llama and get and cheese at least one of your bosses. So with Diona, you can stack EM on her, and then you can get like 200 more EM from the C6. So there's loads of ways you can tackle it, especially if you're not trying to speedrun. If you're just trying to just clear the boss, there's like loads of ways you can just. Because I did this I've got like 60 more seconds. No, I've got 80 more seconds. So if you're just trying to clear the boss, you have a lot of time. So just pick like a bunch of different characters, learn the strat. I tried to explain how the strat works as well in this video, but if you don't find that helpful, there's more people online at this point that have shown this. So that's quite a nice strat. Unfortunately, I probably don't have tips for the other bosses at this point.
Yeah,
because they're a bit more restrictive.
Is that a whipsit Llama? Whipsif?
Yeah, but I mean, that's because this is like a one-shot speed run. But also, I don't have a weapon, so this is actually the best weapon I had. But if you're someone who's just trying to get the clear, you can pick any sort of weapon. All you want to do is you're basically just maximizing your llama's damage. So I have her on like a crit build. So just crit, EM, and some ER. So whatever weapons you have, like maybe you have llama signature, I don't know. Maybe you have black Maru lantern. Use whatever. It doesn't really matter. This only mad because I'm trying to get the world record, basically.
Nice. That's a crazy build, by the way. I just saw your crits.
I mean, it's not the right. It's an old set.
Oh.
So again,
that's
also something that helps is that just pick any set, anything that you have that just has good stats and.
Oh wait, you were crit fishing too?
No, because she gets, what is it? You get 10 there, and then Mona gives you 15.
Right. C4, I think.
So it's 25. So this is actually 80. So it's not that bad.
With Zit alone is something that gives me enough of a headache. 1 out of 5 times not critting is still quite a bit for my taste.
People still have time. People have time. So if they farm the new set here, maybe this is another thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I respect that. I actually have seen a video of this. But the way you explain it is very well. And you explain it very well.
Used to put no Mona, yeah. I mean, back in the day, Mona was a character everyone played. But yeah, that is. Yeah, it's cool because, like, at least there's like one tech in this Digital Onslaught where someone can learn something weird and then get like a cheese clear. So that's quite nice. But like I said, like the other ones, you might not have many this time. It's a bit similar to maybe how the first Digital Onslaught, the Lava Dragon, like people were learning about playing Amber, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Amber was
I remember that.
Really fast at breaking the shields. The middle one didn't really have anything like that. That is one of the nice things. Like it does exist. There are occasionally some bosses in Digital Onslaught that there'll be some very weird, cool text sign. It just doesn't happen all the time. But I like that it exists.
Yeah, I think the Mona thing should not work at all, but somehow it works. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So regarding the end games, so this is something that I have talked on my stream for a bit. The end games, even the new ones, are just still time gated. It's about fighting the enemies in a limited arena with a limited time. I think it would be nice if Genshin can diverse out the type of end game they're doing a little bit. Just talking about like doing cool things, because it gives me idea from the Yelan Echo Challenge and some of the Natlan events from the past, where we are just doing things in the open world and running around using some exploration abilities. Then we also fight some things, but I think that could potentially blow some fresh air into the end game scene of Genshin, rather than just more the same a damage check with the time. I wonder if some of the other gacha game has any of that aspect at all, because I do not branch out too much from Genshin.
So actually, one of the things I thought would be really cool is in Wuthering Waves, they have this thing called Weewa, which is basically like a AoE farming endgame. Where it's like lots of respawning enemies, and you have like a time limit. I don't know what it is, like 1 minute, and then you basically have to try and kill as much enemies as possible. But it's like an AoE. It's kind of trash mobby, but not like really. It's like sometimes there's like elites as well. But that would be really cool because we don't really have like that sort of AoE kind of endgame right now. So that'd be quite nice. Also, there was like throughout the last year, we had quite a few co-op modes, and some of them were pretty difficult. They would need to balance it, but I do like the idea of some sort of like hard co-op endgame. Where you queue with some people, and then you have to do like this hard sort of content. It's basically it's kind of like raids, I guess. But the only thing was when they did those events, it was kind of overtuned. I don't remember exactly what the event was called.
I've seen STYGIAN once.
But that one that they had, and then the hardest difficulty, like no one was even clearing the hardest difficulty. Luckily, I think you only need to get like points. It was like a certain amount of points. But yeah, that was like that difficulty was way overtuned. I think that was when they first did STYGIAN Onslaught. That endgame mode was. I mean that event was. But that would be cool, some sort of co-op thing. But I think what's more realistic is some sort of Weewa mode, which would be nice. I wonder if I can. Withering Waves Weewa.
Weewa.
Is it has a tower? Isn't it called Withering Waves?
You do need llama
What is it called?
on ear to be on ear.
Why can't I Google this?
But for that nook thing on the grass specifically, then not really. We can just cheese it. That's a
Withering
because that's a
Waves. That's what it's
specific
called.
boss.
Thank you. Why did they make this sound the same? Yeah,
Why are these names so funny?
Okay, so the countdown is it's got 2 minutes. So it's 2 minutes, and then it's like an AoE sort of one. There is like a cap. You can hit the cap, and then you get like I can't remember how much points. It's like 4,000 points or something, maybe 5,000. Was it 6K? What is the cap? Okay, I don't know what the cap is in the hardest difficulty, but yeah, there's like it's like mobs mixed with the elites and stuff like that, and then you have 2 sides, so it tallies both your sides, and it's also like a buff you can pick. So each team you can pick like a buff. It'll be similar to all these kinds of games. Like you can pick a buff where maybe your pyro characters do like 100% charge attack bonus or something. I don't know. So you can pick like a buff for each of your team, and then you get the score in the first side, and you have to take that over to the second side. Yeah, and it's different. It's kind of it's basically like similar to the Abyss, I guess, but it's just AoE focused, and it's like a lot of respawning enemies. So there's a lot of grouping you need, a lot of like AoE cleaving, I guess. There's also a bit of shield. You know, like they'll put like if the banner character is a pyro character, they don't want you to play electro, so they'll put like electro slime or something. I don't know, whatever they want to do. But I think there's room for that, and that's very simple to do. I think like expecting co-op or something is probably a bit more copium. But this is something that could be nice.
I think the co-op stuff they might be pushing to the new seems like user generated content UGC thing. So where I think people are just making games.
About that. I haven't been keeping up with what people are going to do with that, but maybe, I don't know.
I think that is a thing that it's kind of like Roblox, I think, in a way. I don't even know that much about Roblox, but it's a platform where people can take the assets from Genshin itself and to create some games of their own. It's not, the games itself are not going to be official, but if there are some co-op shenanigans, that it can happen there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have to wait and see what they do, I guess.
Yeah, I agree on the AoE stuff that you're showing here. I think that will bring another layer to the game that is fresh from what's happening now. If there are multiple facets of optimization, maybe like single target optimization, AoE optimization, and I'm going to throw a few of my own over there too, maybe like co-op optimization and traversal optimization, then they have a lot more stuff to cook for characters. Newer characters do not have to always overstep on the older characters in terms of pure number, but you can make a character that's do good numbers but not good in co-op, or and it's good at traversal, not great at AoE, something like that. And there is a lot more avenue they can use to create characters. So I'm gonna give just one example. Yen-san, I do, because I do play co-op quite often with my friends. Yen-san is a character that is quite great, but she is absolute trash in co-op. She does not buff anyone else other than the person playing her. So that is a nice example of how they can balance things.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, over time, people, every YouTuber's probably made some sort of like co-op tier list or like some sort of co-op differences. But there is stuff that you don't think about that would be different in co-op, which would create like a nice balancing lever. For example, they used to do that in Star Rail. They don't do it as much now, unfortunately, because they've kind of upped the shield and the power creep in that game. But originally,
in the
I don't know if you
Rail,
play Star Rail, but like they had a few different endgame modes, and one of them was called Pure Fiction, which was basically like the AoE
I guess it's a little bit more podcast vibe.
So, what that meant is that they released characters that were like really good in Pure Fiction, but they weren't as good elsewhere. Like, for example, maybe like Argenti or Herta. They were like AoE characters, and they were pretty good. They were okay in like other ones, like Herta was pretty good in other ones. But then recently they've kind of sort of squished the differences a bit in that game, which kind of sucks a bit. But now, if you're like a shield character, you're probably going to be good in all of the end game modes in Star Rail, at least for a while. But then you'll fade off over time. But that's an example of like another Hoyo game where they have, at least for a while, they did integrate, you know, here's the AoE character, here's the single target character, and maybe there is like a co-op difference as well. Although they don't really do that in their games. They used to do that in Honkai Impact, actually. Honkai used to have like weekly raids. I can't remember what they were called. Maybe someone in chat remembers. It was like where you get the divine keys, like the gauntlets or whatever they were called. You used to, but it wasn't good content.
I see.
It wasn't great content, but there was one of their games where they did have a sort of co-op raids element, which maybe there's some copium to whether they could do that in the future, but
yeah, I don't really think that they're gonna do it. It's just a thought that I think that they could do. Like, if there's an end game for it, if there's an incentivized for people to get end game reward out of it, then people will optimize for it. Okay, for example, before Imaginary Theater, no one even consider horizontal investment at all. It's the way to play Genshin. It's just to have two teams for Abyss. But then gradually we have a few more ways to optimize for endgame through Imaginary Theater and STYGIAN ONSLAUGHT now. So I believe if there's a kind of a co-op endgame, if there's a AoE endgame, there's some kind of, you know what, this is the thing that I've been hosting on my stream sometimes, which is a Saurian race, which you could say, so people get into Saurian, I invite them to my open world and we race from point A to point B. That could say, I don't expect this to happen in Genshin, but if there's a kind of competition or endgame kind of that takes into account how much time it takes to traverse from point A to point B, that gives Primosem, people are gonna go for that. People are gonna start pulling some character with traversal abilities. Hey, I can get Primosem from here. I'm optimizing for my exploration endgame.
That'd be nice. I wouldn't get too excited about it.
Yeah.
It would be cool. Like if they did like that was always like the dream, which was if they did some sort of co-op raids in Genshin, it could also incorporate exploration stuff. Like maybe one character has to run quickly, or maybe another character is like a bow character, and then whilst your teammates are doing something, you have to, you know, shoot like some small target or something. But yeah.
Oh, we first person shooter now. But yeah, we can dream.
I wouldn't expect it though, but it'd be a nice surprise.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna try some stuff when they put down the user generated content. Hopefully there is room to do a lot of things. So I do have some high hopes for that. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah. All right, Jamie. Okay. Sorry, I was gonna say some concluding thoughts, but if you have another topic you want to bring up, absolutely. Yeah.
No, I was just gonna ask, like, do you think was there any other things you want to talk about?
Yeah, I believe that we have touched a lot of the points that I've thought I wanted to just hang out and talk about with you. So I think that was a nice discussion. Go.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool discussion.
Yeah. Now, before I go though, so here's a slight issue I have. When I try to search your name, I usually stumble on the part after Jamie. So if you can give me like what is that KB9B an abbreviation for, that would be a lot easier for me to find you.
It doesn't mean anything. This is just the default name. I explain it sometimes, but it's just the default name on YouTube.
Jamie Law.
And then when I started making videos, I just put Jamie in front of it. So it doesn't. You can probably just. I think most people just type in Jamie Genshin. No,
that's what I do.
Escoffier. Yeah. It's just, it doesn't mean anything.
Oh, so real quick, this is gonna. Actually, one of my chat is asking, what do you think about we're getting a lot of bundles lately, but I think that can be a quite long topic to talk about. So if you want to tackle it, that's fine. If you don't want to, that's also fine. You can do a different time.
Bundles? What do you mean? Do you mean like two
bundles? The two characters that are like the Escoffier to the Skirk, the Inef that was looking like buffing Flints, those kind of deal.
Like my thoughts on it?
Yeah, well, you think that's okay for the game to have those kind of bundles that are just back to back?
I mean, it's like a complicated topic. The overall thoughts on it is that it is the first thing is that it is putting pressure on like people pulling, especially if you're trying to do endgame content. So in that regards, it kind of sucks because they're often like back to back, which means that a lot of people are gonna miss out, which kind of sucks. And it also means a lot of people sometimes had to play guessing games. Like the classic guessing game was like Emily. Emily came out, and then there was a decent amount of people who were like, you know what? Maybe I get her now because maybe she might synergize with a cool character I wanted to play. But then it turned out she was kind of just here for Kilish. So it could make you pull in a bad way for sure. The other thing is why you could say it sucks is, I guess because it's just not very creative in an ideal world. Because the other thing is that actually they have been doing this for a long time. It was just a bit more creative before. Or maybe more subtle before. Like Rosario and Eula. Or Rosario and Ganyu. This was like one of the first ones where you wouldn't really think about it. But they kind of did want you to pull like the cryo debuffer or buffer, or the physical buffer and debuffer for one of those characters. But it was just before characters were just a bit more universal, I guess. And you were not going to be screwed. Like even like one where it was obvious, like Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah obviously came out on the same banner as Raiden. But Raiden's most popular team in terms of usage, what people were playing, was Raiden National. They weren't even playing Sarah. You would play Sarah with the Hyper Carry team, but you had an option to not play her with that. And
so the support character that was in a bundle before was not that necessary.
Yeah, there wasn't as much. The teams weren't as one-dimensional. Like nowadays, if there is a support character with a DPS, they're basically always gonna be in their best team. It doesn't always happen, to be fair. Like see, Lali Marika, that was a bundle, and this was probably the most predatory bundle because they did this bundle on Chinese New Year at the same time. And it was also its anniversary as well. But yeah, so this was the most min-maxed one in terms of being like predatory and stuff. However, there's like two things. The first thing is that Season Onslaught didn't exist back then, so that's also quite good. And the other good thing is that Marika just works without Silali, as it turns out.
Yeah, and I think Silali also works with Damahuiga for some teams too.
Yeah,
there are some wiggle rooms.
So there is. I would say overall, it just kind of suck overall. It's definitely like an 80% bad, but there is like a 20% good. Like you can't say it's all bad, but there is majority bad. The only other thing I would say is, and this is always like the tourist filter, is that like the 20% you could argue isn't bad. A part of that is the fact that this is like a common thing in other gacha games, and you could say, Genshin just took 3-4 years to get to this point, but this is like normal. So that's one of the arguments that you could make. You might not like that, but that's just how it is. Like a lot of other gacha games could be like as predatory as this, or even more predatory at launch. And it's just that Genshin was not like this before.
I think at least for the support character, they are a bit more universal than the DPS character that's supposed to play with the support. It's released right after. I think Escofia is playable in some teams like Novelet team and Ayaka team. Inefa is also playable in some other teams as well. Not necessarily. Well, we still need further testing.
That's that's another part of like the 20% you could say is that the having to play them and the DPS is only as big of a deal as if you care about like the end game or like min-maxing dire or stuff like that, because they are making the supports like so cracked. Like even someone like Ian-san, Safsi Dali, as you said, like they could work with a lot of different characters. It's mostly either if you want to main a new DPS where that could suck, or if you're trying to like min-max Stygian Onslaught, where it doesn't matter how flexible Escoffier is if you need the Skirk for your clear. Or same like just what we said with Enefa. Like last patch, Enefa could carry like 5 different teams. Like this patch, you're gonna need that Flint, or you're gonna need some vertical investment. But then again, like it's a bit of RNG, because like Lauma could work with like 5 different teams now. But maybe next patch, Lauma's gonna need her best team or something. So I mean, but this is probably the answer you're gonna get from most people. I'm pretty sure most people overall don't like it. In the ideal world, it wouldn't exist. But it's in the game at this point.
Gotcha.
I will say though, like another bad thing is it's like a plot twist, but I feel like as someone who plays both Star Rail and Genshin, and I'm doing
Jimmy does not look at like
in Star Rail and Endgame in Genshin, free to play. I feel like they might have gone too far in Genshin, and now Genshin is more chill than Star Rail, which is weird. It's crazy to think about, because usually Star Rail's like the power creep game and the shield, the predatory stuff like that. But I feel like I did the new Star Rail endgame mode with like my Scarf Blade team and my Scarf Herta team. I didn't clear Dire, like I didn't get max 3 out of 3 on the final boss. But it is weird how, at least if for this patch, Genshin just seems just a bit more restrictive than Star Rail, which is kind of weird, because we're used to Star Rail being infinitely, like I would expect it to not even be close, like most people would. When you think of Star Rail, it would be super shield, whereas Genshin, you can kind of use 100 different teams, but they've got dangerously close, and like to the point where I think you could even argue Genshin's a bit further ahead of Star Rail now, which kind of sucks.
Does the new endgame mode in Star Rail give relevant reward, like in higher difficulty?
It gives no prima gems at all. It gives like what it gives is it gives like a currency for a shop that gives like cosmetics, but it gives you feathers. So the reroll item. So and it's not just 2. Genshin gives 2. I think Star Rail. Do you get more than 2? I can't even remember, guys. You might remember better. But it gives a bunch of them. But at least it doesn't give any Primo's equivalent. So it doesn't even give you like materials. I think it's purely just the reroll stuff and then the currency for the cosmetic shop. But yeah, that is also another thing about the Star Rail one, is that it seems like it's even less chill than Genshin, and it doesn't even give any useful thing at all unless you want to min-max your artifacts.
Thank you for...
I mean, you can say the same about the higher difficulty in Stygian ONSLAUGHT, right? It's a skin and some artifacts reroll.
Yeah, I mean, Genshin, you can do the level 3 levels and get your primos, so...
Yeah.
I mean, it's all subjective, it depends. I'm sure you can ask someone else and then they would say it's completely different.
I think a lot of people just have that opinion. Alright, so I think that has been a productive talk that I would I'd like to give the time of your day back to you. It has been great. Thank you for your insights on a lot of these topics, and it's been enjoyable talking to you too, Jamie.
Yeah, but it was a good discussion. I'm assuming it's probably very late for you if you're in Asia, but yeah, thanks for the discussion.
Yeah. So, I'm looking forward to potentially more of this, and just looking forward to more of your content.
Yeah, and this is again. This is Timmy's Bird, and this is their channel. If you guys want to check this out, I think you make, you do a lot of shorts as well. I think you predominantly do shorts, so I think that's where people might see you on their feed more. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I do shorts.
Yeah, but they also make some long videos as well. So I'm sure you guys might check that. Yeah, good discussion. Yeah, people, I'm sure people will enjoy that. Maybe we can make a YouTube video out of this. I don't know.
Nice. Yeah, you guys from my chat can also find Jamie at Jamie KB9V, or you can just search Jamie Genshin Impact in Twitch or YouTube. He makes a lot of cool content regarding the characters that he like in Genshin.
All right. See you later, man.
I'll see you.
Nice discussion.
Yeah. Have a good one. Alright, Jan. You and me. You are now stuck with me and me only. But are you stuck here with me, or I'm stuck here with you? Well, we shall see. Hey, Nani! Nani! Alright, hold on. I have to turn my volume down a little. I think during the talk, I had to turn Jamie volume up quite a bit. His Discord voice is a little bit low.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden.
I'm gonna change all my volumes back to normal real quick. Which is quite nice. I have all the knobs in front of me. Just adjust. Alright, how you doing, Jet? Run, Jet! I'm holding a chainsaw! I don't even know if the mic picks that up, by the way. Kira, what you doing? Why don't you hang out with the dudes? Also, real quick, I will probably ask you and Zephyron to hang out with Stygian Onslaught after the next banner comes out. So after Flames come out and we have 1 or 2 days to build Flames, just gonna do some Stygian Onslaught co-op. You're not allowed to say no. You can, but don't. He do shots because his is shot. Damn. Oh man, you got me there. You got me. Weirdo. Look, chat. It has been the 3rd time I request to meet Mizuki. Yume Mizuki has finally decided to grace me with her presence.
You can find everything.
Let's see what she's cooking for us today. I don't even know the system. You know the system of going to the Yamiko Shrine and wishing to see a character in the open world? I don't even know if that works most of the time or it's just completely random. I know there's a chance involved in that, but they're so small. Hello. Ah, I remember her from the quest. It's nice to see those NPC, unique NPCs again. Where's the... Yeah, this is the golf one. Shiba? Shiba.
So sorry, I'm still registering the last.
Not greeting you sooner, alright. I'm here for Mizuki! Out the way! TGG rank system when... Oh wait, Layla's back! for therapy.
You're Miss Layla's alternate personality, yes?
Alternate personality, don't mistake me, little Miss Yokai. I am Layla. I'm just sleepwalking right now. Dreamwalker Layla! Ah, no less than I expected, my dear friend. Tell me, sir. I'm absolutely great.
Layla's. Almost like a mask worn over her original personality.
A mask? Oh, now that's an amusing way of putting it.
How many more masks like you are there?
Now kiss. That's a nice pose you're striking, little Miss Yokai. What do you do if I were to say more than one?
My response depends on your answer, so please do so. But let me be clear, lies are of no use here.
Stop lying. Chat, do not lie to your therapist. They know. Oh my, how terrifying, but relax. I'm one of a kind, and what's more, I'm nothing like you assume. At most, I help her with homework and draw some star charts after she finally falls asleep. She's been pushing herself hard lately, piling more pressure on herself. Not that she'd admit it, but I know absolutely everything that goes on in her mind. She's clearly doing a good job, but she doesn't rest until she's found some flaw, even if there isn't one to find. Layla doesn't have a voice. This is because it's from the last patch. It's not this patch, when the BA strike was still going on.
Feedback in her daily life?
It seems that they have not added these again yet, probably because it's not an important quest. She knows what she already accomplished, fixating instead on every little imperfection of unfilled gap.
I'll adjust her treatment plan accordingly going forward. Just a word of caution. If Miss Layla does recover, you will disappear.
Is that so? Great. Looking forward to it. What, confused? Little Miss Yokai, I am Layla. I always have been. Rather than disappearing, I'll just be the mask being dropped. Just being masked. Would you mind supporting me a bit? I think she's about ready to work. I think the Layla character is having a lot of unexplored story material with some trauma, I guess. Because usually I think a person with multiple personality is having some form of trauma, right? I mean, maybe I was just watching too much Moon Knight. Easy now, I've got you. Miss Mizuki, I didn't say anything rude, or do I? Anything I shouldn't have, did I?
No, you didn't. Please relax. You did, however, suddenly wake up during the treatment. It gave me quite a start.
I'm sorry, it must have been I've barely slept these past few weeks. As soon as I stop sleeping well, I start sleepwalking.
Now, after that little rest.
I slept well, and I don't feel dizzy. My vision isn't blurry either. But I did have a very strange dream. In it, someone was sitting next to me. I couldn't see her face, but she was holding my hand the whole time. You're so tempted to pull flames? What is this? Well, what is this? I thought you were a loyal C3R1 Rider enjoyer. Where is your loyalty now? Moon Knight. Yes. Present comfort me.
That's enough for now. Dreams are cherry blossoms carried by a swift current. Thinking of them fondly from time to time is fine. But should you try to reach out and grab them...
Alright, I understand.
In that case, today's session is concluded. Please return tomorrow at the same time, Miss Layla, and please be punctual.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for supporting me just now, Traveler. I'll be going now. You know, I think I can write a great abstract now. One day, Mr. Timothy just woke up at the Miho HQ. What's that supposed to mean? Mister, do you have an alternate personality that just walks at whole universe? Maybe. Maybe. I sleepwalk and I walk there. That's why I have so much information regarding the upcoming patches, you know, Chad? Like how Columbina is going to be a main DPS instead of being the support that people expect her to be. He dreams. I do dream. In my dreams, I get the information that I need. Okay, I'm gonna have to finish with my bosses. Since hacking out with Jamie before on the stream, that take my time away from doing that. This one. You had a really weird dream yesterday night. You were with Maxi and Dembele and we were playing Pokemon. And I was playing basketball with Barack Obama.
Gonna be epic.
Sweet! Splitting your PC with the other guy will be pain. What do you mean by splitting my PC? Oh, the other guy? Yes. It's fine. Whatever that guy's playing. Jesus fucking Christ. I think I'm gonna die from the damage over time here. Good thing he only play fuck ass game that doesn't take a lot of computing power on my PC.
Everybody stand. You two. Time to end. Wrath from the sky.
Get out of here. Dota. Oh shit, that's my other personality you don't want to get to know, chat. My Dota personality is it's a personality. When the boss is easier to fight solo and teammate is still grokking. See. This and then I'm actually killing the Dendro boss. Just for more Dendro materials. But yeah, Kuro, if you plan to pull for flames, make sure to pre-farm for him. There are even official materials on what his materials are now. So that when we do the Stygian Onslaught co-op, you can bring a somewhat farm flames there.
Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Light up the blazing sun.
I think what I would really want to try in Stygian Onslaught is playing some not new character. It is getting to a point that playing a new character is almost just a auto win button. That it does take a little bit of fun out of thinking about team making. So perhaps when we do Stygian Onslaught co-op together, I'm gonna just put an arbitrary restriction, at least for the first, say, 30 minutes or 40 minutes or so when we attempt the game. Use characters that are not from the last two patches. No, this patch and the previous patch. Make sure that we are not using any newly shield character.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand!
And try to figure out how we can get around those restrictions. We'll probably still be able to clear dire difficulty. No, not dire, definitely not dire. But fearless difficulty, that's probably still something we can do. We have 3 days holiday from university. Gonna complete your Metamorphosis novel, and Frank Kafka stole that novel for very long. And by Frank Kafka? Metamorphosis? Alright, I do not know which that novel is. I see Kafka and my neuron is activated, but that's likely not the same Kafka. Sure. I'll keep that, actually. I'll keep that. Bennett Law came and went so quickly. I mean, it's okay. We got a little bit. Three bosses down. $400 Primogem taken. And I'm ready for the Favonius. Next patch. Well, next banner. Ari is back! Is Ari done with work, or it's just on a toilet break? Ari! Ari! If I make enough noise, would the people at your work hear? Ari! Let's see what this motherfucker sends me. $5 million more. 500 million more. Goddamn. That's from Kuro. Or what's this guy's fucking send me? What do you mean a bike? What do you mean a bike? And you use it all? I use it all too. I think I have 300 or 400. I cannot remember. Something like that. Aha! Aha! There's a weekly boss. There is a weekly boss every week. Join your world. No. Have you done the 3 weekly bosses? Blood's gone. Let's do them now. All right, do it. Any other kill fight? You need to do your weeklies you couldn't lock on yesterday. Do it. I'm expecting that invite right now. Reflection, the deep. Which one is this? Good enough. I mean, not land, so only one not land. Big brain! Oh shit! I did not even consider that.
This world.
Gonna have to heal. There are 2 cryo applicators, and that's not enough. I don't know what this guy's doing. There are 2 cryo applicator, and it's not enough. The blood, does blood even use it, Sid Lally? All right. Defend. A good one. Sure. Double crit is something, I guess. Just do level 60 try to complete your weekly battle pass until you need some boss materials. I mean, I always just farm boss materials because I will need them at some point, right? Also, they do give a little bit of the elemental gem, which of the mage, I know what this is. Wait, hold on. You gotta go back in, see ya, see ya. You were doing weekly boss with random before your phone broke, and after 3 told him let's do Raiden.
Witness my power!
Jesus! Get out of here. Bro, what you told the Max Wiggly is 3 we're talking about there's a misperception. Yeah, I mean we can do more than that. But should we?
A little mood boost. Gonna go back to way. Nice. Strike pose. Mine and echo song. Hard hitting explosive.
My power is immense!
Wind blast is quite enough.
Woo! Woo! Get me out! Get me out!
My turn to take the spotlight.
Stop it! Stop attacking, you buffoon! Holy crap.
Gonna go back to win.
That's a godly swap right there. Otherwise she would die.
Our performance has yet to conclude.
Off to the breather. Have first, please. Time to shine.
For you, my dear!
Shower me with praise.
The curtain call has opened!
Woo! Okay. Gonna do your daily. Alright. Oh, that's a decent artifact. That's okay. Where's blood off to now? In the whole new world, a whole new world for you and me. Oh wow, that does not look that pretty, to be honest. That does not really look like a mount, to be honest. I mean, it doesn't look that atrocious when we're close, but this just looks weird. It sounds like someone stacked a lot of stuff together like a pyramid. That's a little bit more natural, I think. This, what the hell is this? The Russian kid in China. Jesus Christ. I don't give a fuck, dude.
This opportunity is quite hard to come by. Well then, amuse me. Surrender is a valid option. I promise I'll be gentle.
Super conducting!
Not bad.
I'm conducting super!
Ultimatum protocol. Cleanup sequence initiated.
Delicate as
Great undertaking.
Lend me a hand.
Insulation chamber deployed.
Some you win, and some you lose.
We beat the Russian kid in China, chat. EM Goblet is actually rare, so I'm gonna keep that. A fun speedrun events. It's quite cool. Is it true that it takes 1 year of grinding XP to level up a character from 88 to 90? I can tell you that it takes 1 year for my Bennett to level up from 80 to 81. So, I don't think so. I guess it also depends on how much you use your character. Bennett is the character that I use quite a lot. Well, not on this account, but on my other account. Takes 1 year for him to level from 80 to 81.
Add as. Thank you for coming.
It's not really something realistic, but I still keep my characters at 88 regardless. It's fine, it's a habit of mine. It's not a hard and fast rule or something, but it does save more and it makes me feel a little bit better about not wasting my open world XP. I'm gonna do one-time farming for Iron Sting. Let's go. Okay, that's ended. Is this actually a rare weapon? I don't think so. Wow. Gotta do more ley line. Yeah, you could. Are we deep in thought?
There you are, eavesdropper. Let the world collide! A dash of frosting! A burst of wood! Let's screw things up! What are you? Here to fly to wield.
I think I could do one more time. Double checking. Today, I'll do one more time.
There you are, eavesdropper. Time to shine! Off to the freezer! The pinnacle of excellence! Surprise baptism! That's it! Mine to wield.
Woo! Okay, I believe we have done all of our duty, Chad. Wait, hold on. Hey, do you notice this? On the background of the Hoyo starter, they have updated this. Is this the same art or is it a different one? Genshin Anniversary Art 2025. Bina! Bina? Bina? I think it's the same art. Yeah, it's the same art as before. I think they may have adjusted the position of the characters a little bit for them to stand closer to each other. Raiden is definitely standing closer to Bina. Though... Wait, no, he does not visible. That's fine. It still seems like Columbina is off in her own world and not joining the others yet. Oh, he's playing Dark Soul. Nice. That all of these pools are gonna be spent on for bonus. You don't even understand. All of these pools, all those pitiful amount of pools, gonna be spent on for bonus. Whatever 5-star weapon I get, it's fine. But I need a bonus. That's the real 5-star weapon on that banner. Chat, if you missed my banner review stream, I published a video cutting it down all the meat and the most important points from that stream. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. This is funny. Here we go. Flints. Pull wisely. "12 minutes of goodness."
All things come to an end.
Alright, chat. That's gonna be it for the stream today. Thanks for tuning in, and we're gonna go to a pretty location to end the stream on. That's not pretty enough. Let's go here. That's not pretty enough. I like my chasm. Suddenly, this is a very pretty map. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Wait, actually, this reminds me a lot of the White Hunt, actually. I just noticed now. This reminds me a lot of the White Hunt color. Okay, chat. That's it. Skirk in her natural habitat. As always, I appreciate if we can look at the screen. As always, I appreciate every one of you, whether you just hang around or actively participating in the chat. Chen you will? Nah. Chasm. Chasm, baby. If you've been liking the stream, like, subscribe, check out my other content on YouTube, follow on Twitch. If you want to further support the stream, you can do YouTube Premium. No, not YouTube Premium. YouTube membership, as well as Super Chat. I really appreciate those. Now, let's get the music going. Have a great rest of your day, chat. I will continue streaming on tomorrow at a similar time. I'm gonna post my schedule soon for next week. Bye bye, chat. Thank you, Aoi.